Hey, we're waiting on Ben and Zach to get into the room, so I thought I'd just show a video or two while we're waiting. Well, I didn't. You didn't have to go, brother. Well, Gregor was here, and now he is gone. I'm just waiting on everybody to fill in here. So in the meantime, enjoy.
I learned a lot, and I learned that it makes a difference. This was the diving board area, and I was one of the guards, and they weren't allowed to. There was a 3-meter board. If you fell off sideways, you landed on the darn cement over there. And Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boards. And I did. And back in those days, you sure how things have changed. One of the things you had to use, if you used pomade in your hair, you had to wear a bathing cap. And so he was up on the board, wouldn't listen to me. I said, "Hey, Esther, you, off the board. I'll come up and drag you off." Well, he came off, and he said, "I'll meet you outside." My car, these were all public housing behind it. My car, there was a gate out here. I parked my car outside the gate. And he said, "I'll be waiting for you." He was waiting for 3 guys in straight razors. Not a joke. There was a guy named Bill Wright, Mouse, the only white guy, and he did all the pools. He was the mechanic. And I said, "What am I going to do?" He said, "Come down here in the basement where all the pool filter is. You know the chain? There used to be a chain that went across the deep end. And he cut off a 6-foot length of chain. He folded up. He said, "You walk out with that chain. And you walk to the car and say, 'You may cut me, man, but I'm going to wrap this chain around your head.'" I said, "You're kidding me." He said, "No, if you don't come back." And he was right. So I walked out with the chain. And I walked up to my car. And those days, you used to remember the straight razors, you just bang them on the curb, get them rusty, put them in a rain barrel, get them rusty. And I looked at him, but I was smart then. I said, first of all, I said, when I tell you get off the board, you get off the board, and I'll kick you out again, but I shouldn't have called you, Esther Williams. I apologize for that. I apologize, but I didn't know that apology was going to work. He said, "You apologize to me?" I said, "I apologize for that, not for throwing you out, but I apologize for what I said." He said, "Okay," closed the straight razor, and my heart began to beat again. I came down here because I remember the first bumper sticker I saw.
Hey folks, please like, share, subscribe, comment, and consider donating at the link in the description. Thank you.
And by the way, you know, I got hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun. And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down, so it was trained, and then watch the hair come back up again. They look at it. So I learned about roaches. I learned about kids jumping on my lap, and I love kids jumping on my lap.
That speech always just makes me like, oh no, wrong.
What is that guy's deal? He's just creepy in general. You know?
It's
he's also old, right? And he's also had brain surgery. And,
did he really? Did he really know that?
Yeah.
He also has a crazy eye.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. People didn't really notice like how much of a walking gafe machine he was during the Obama administration, because it seemed like they just threw him in a closet in the White House and told him to stay there.
That's what they do with most vice presidents, right?
Yeah, well I know they didn't do that with Cheney.
No, they certainly didn't do. Yeah, they didn't do that with Cheney. But I mean, and you also had to kind of wonder, right? I mean, my guess is that he wasn't as bad, right, when he was vice president. I mean, he's just gotten old, and he's also had all these health problems. You know, he's just not fit. You know, I mean, he had like an aneurysm or like a couple different times or something, didn't he?
That's not surprising. I just don't understand why he gets so creepy with people, particularly children. I mean, we've all seen that video. It's
Right.
really hard to defend, where he's all up in the kids' faces, the kids of the politicians that are gathered there, and he's being really creepy. It's not just like, it's not overreacting. He's legitimately like right up
Yeah,
on.
he's genuinely being a creepy dude. Yeah, and then there's a one where you can see Jeff Sessions slap his hand away when he's
I
reaching for
do.
his little girl. Yeah,
I do remember that. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
like, dude, don't even try it.
right.
A little kid here smells good.
Yeah,
and I loved kids jumping on my lap, and that's how I learned about cockroaches. What?
yeah. I mean, and I was wondering about that line, right? Because you only see that one segment of the speech, you know. And then I was like, he's got to maybe say something about roaches somewhere before this, right? He doesn't. No. I mean, I watched the whole thing. He doesn't mention roaches at any point prior to the point where he just spits out roaches, right? I mean, it's just bizarre.
Something else that he's been doing a lot is he's been telling people not to vote for him, which I thought was the complete opposite of what you were supposed to do while you're campaigning. But I mean, anytime anybody challenges him, he says, you should vote for Bernie. Well, why don't you go vote for Trump? You know, and now they say, who's going to be your running mate, Mr. Biden? Who would be your ideal vice president? Maybe why don't you just go vote for Bernie? Oh, wait, I mean,
I've not seen him respond to who's your running mate going to be to why don't you go vote for Bernie, but he said that.
He has said it over and over. Go vote for Trump. Go vote for Bernie. As in, like, all right, if you don't like what I'm peddling here, then go ahead and vote for the other guy. But the
DNC is like, we can't have Bernie. We need someone electable. And then Biden comes out and is like, I like kids rubbing my hair legs. You don't like me? Go vote for Bernie.
I mean, I've seen him tell one guy at least, right, that he needs to go vote for somebody else. You know, some guy that came up to him and said, I'm not going to vote you. I'm going to vote for you in the general election, but I'm not going to vote for you in a primary or something. And he's like, well, go vote for somebody else or something like that. Yeah.
Well, welcome back, Zach. Everything okay? Everything okay now?
Yeah, I'll probably be having to get off here in about 10 or 20 minutes and then jump back on once I get in the car. I'm still waiting for my girlfriend to pick me up.
Let's see. Let's make sure everything's all right with your audio here. Disable audio.
This is actually on my laptop.
Oh, okay. So you're going to be on the phone later then?
Yeah, when I'm in the car.
So Gregor, you're almost finished with the Goldfinch?
Yeah, I'm getting pretty close to being finished with it. Has anybody else read that book?
I haven't read The Goldfinch, but I really enjoyed The Secret History, so I'll pick it up at some point.
Yeah, The Secret History is really good.
Soon to be a movie, The Goldfinch.
What? No, it's no, it's not. It's already been a movie and it was a flop.
Wait, what? You mean it already came out?
Yeah.
Oh, well, damn. I guess I found out about that late. Yeah, that was last year, huh?
Yeah, late last year it came out.
Kind of wonder why The Secret History was never a movie. It seemed like a pretty popular book at the time.
Well, what is The Goldfinch about?
It's about this kid who loses his mom in a terrorist attack of some sort. A bomb goes off in a museum, and he and his mom are touring on their way to a meeting at his school because he's going to be suspended for some stuff that he did, right? But his mom dies in the explosion. He does not die, and then in all of the confusion, he takes off with this famous painting called The Goldfinch that his mom loved or whatnot. So it's about his life after the explosion, and he's hiding this secret, priceless painting in his bedroom as a kid and through, high school and, later on in his life. So he's got this secret, right, which is this goldfish painting that he's finched or filched rather, I guess, was it? Yeah, when he pinched it, he stole it, right, from the museum, but it was kind of in the heat of the moment kind of thing. It was kind of a sentimental thing. His brain wasn't working right because he was in the middle of an explosion, and then he never really can get it get to the point where he's going to just give it back. He's afraid of going to jail, and all of these other people. There's like a news comes out that other paintings were stolen in the aftermath, right? And these people are getting put into jail, so he's very scared about it. And then it's about his life in general, right? But specifically, this goldfinch painting figures into what you could call, I guess, a plot, and him, having to, hide it, recover it, protect it, and all these different things. So, I mean, that's kind of what it's about. It's it's good. I have I loved it for the first 400, 500 pages. The last 200 pages, I haven't loved it as much, but it's still good. I just I don't know. I'm not necessarily buying everything that happens that happens specifically around the painting, like his motivations related to the painting. I'm not necessarily buying it, but everything else is very good. I'm sure that some people will be like, "What this guy talking about? He's a complete idiot," But I'm not buying it. So I don't know. When I'm done reading, I'll tell you what I think of it in total. But right now, I am falling out of love with it. So, but I was loving it. So maybe she'll turn it around.
Yeah.
Love it again. We'll see. But
some books do go on too long.
Yeah, it's not the length of it as much, right? I mean, she's a super smooth writer. I mean, the writing itself is butter smooth. I mean, you just get totally immersed in it. I mean, the bulk of the time that I was reading this book, I couldn't wait to get back to it and continue reading it, right? Mm-hmm. But I'm just not buying the guy wanting to go out of his way to, because there's a point where, and I'm going to ruin the book for people, but there's a point where he really doesn't have to worry about the painting anymore, right? Like, it's kind of out of his hands, He doesn't really need to worry about somebody finding out that he has it hidden. He's not really going to get in trouble. He's been pretty much, given a free pass, right? Just by circumstances. And he still, when he gets a opportunity to go on this adventure to get involved with gangsters and people that, guns and underbelly of the art world, criminal type stuff. He goes on this adventure, right, to get it back. And in my mind, there's no reason for him to take the risk at this point in his life. It just seems stupid to me, but
forced.
Yeah. What's that?
A little forced, maybe.
Yeah, it was a little bit forced. Yeah, I mean, the guy's a drug addict and all these things, and his life doesn't go great and everything. But I don't know. I just was having trouble buying some of the motivation within the last, 150, 200 pages. So,
Ben, how's the job search?
I had I'm still waiting to hear back from a couple places. I have a couple more interviews this week. So I haven't found anything yet, but hopefully soon.
How are you making ends meet while you're in the middle of the search?
I have enough saved up to get by for a couple months until I find something.
That's smart. That's very smart. Never hurts to have some money tucked away in the bank. That's for sure. What do you live in the suburbs or the city?
I live in the city, but it's Des Moines, so it's not very expensive.
Mm. So I mean, for all intents and purposes, it's not like overdeveloped necessarily.
Not yet, at least. We've been having the same problem a lot of cities have, where all the new apartments they build are all, quote, luxury apartments that no one can fucking afford.
Yeah, what's the point then?
It makes no sense.
Zach, you had a big announcement concerning your next book, didn't you?
Yeah, I finally got the contract signed and squared away, and the release date for Dinosaurs and Potted Plants is July 31st.
Awesome. Nihilism Revised.
Congratulations.
Yep, Nihilism Revised.
Cool.
Thanks, Gary.
You said you wanted to go into more detail about it, though, maybe about the plot and everything. So now's your chance.
Put on the spot. I'm really bad at explaining things. Suffice it to say that it's like just I don't really know how to go into it without giving stuff away, because it's kind of like, when I think of it, the story is kind of like a full, complete circle. So it's kind of hard to even talk about it. But it is about
picture you didn't write it. Now, what would the back of the book say in that one paragraph, that fleeting, frenzy of words that has to reel someone in who's a potential buyer?
Dude, okay. Other than answering that, I'll tell you a funny story. When I was supposed to write the back cover copy for Soothing the Savage Swamp Beast for Journal Stone, guess how many drafts I went through? As in, the drafts of my back cover got rejected from the publisher, and I had to redo it.
I'm guessing it's a lot.
Yeah, close to like maybe, if I'm remembering correctly, 11. So I'm very bad at that.
Who? Vincenzo Byloff, was he your editor?
No, not at that point. At that point, he had left, and it was Jess Landry, who she's also left now. I forgot who's at Journal Stone now. Oh yeah, Nick Day and what's his face?
Yeah. I don't even know why they're in the publishing game. They don't seem to take it very seriously.
Yeah, they never responded to my dang messages about future pitches, but that's probably because I'm on podcast with Kevin Strange.
They're on some quest to perpetually shame and humiliate Kevin Strange, although, failing as such to do so. But it seems like that's all they care about, is trying to, further, like darken Strange's name or something. It's like they care more about that than publishing. And just like when I tried to inquire about the whole situation with one of your Kindle books being more expensive.
Yeah, the price is doing this weird thing.
Their lazy asses never responded to a thing, so I don't know what they're doing over there, but they're sure as hell not publishing. I have a feeling that all those great titles that Bizarro Pulp Press was putting out for a while, they were under Vincenzo's watch before he left. I don't believe that they were that.
There were a lot. Like,
I don't believe for a second that Don Noble published Nick Cato's Bigfoot anthology.
That's the one I was thinking. There were a couple that I knew he picked, but then he told me that there were several that the publisher picked just themselves. So I don't know which one is which, but there were, in that last lineup, there was at least one or two that actually weren't picked by him, but there were a lot. I mean, of course, the rest of them were.
I mean, why would you buy up all these little presses like Rooster Republic and Bizarro Pulp Press and then not do anything with them, nothing substantial from a year-to-year basis? I mean, what's the point?
Well, I don't think
I think they're announcing some stuff now, but I hadn't looked into it.
I was just going to say, I don't think they bought it. It's still under Journal Stone. I think Nick Day and Don Noble are just the editors now. I can't think of what I'm not sure if there have been any more books that have come out recently under there.
They've announced a poetry book. I know that.
Well, I know Vincenzo's gone though, right? I mean,
he's been gone.
Doesn't Wolverine get published by that imprint or Don Noble?
No. He gets published, or he's gotten published by Burning Bulb in the past and Rooster Republic, which is what Don Noble and Nick Day also run, but Bizarro Pulp Press, no.
Okay, all right. So so Don Noble was involved with both then, right? Because I knew he was involved with the Burning Bulb, I guess is what I'm thinking of, right? With the Wolverine stuff.
Yeah.
Wolverine's still writing.
Yeah.
Still going strong.
I know that Carl Fisher has a book coming out from Bizarro Pulp Press.
What's it called?
I think the original title was something like Digging in Dreamland, but he just announced that he changed the name to something like Levels.
What was the original title? What'd you say?
something like digging in Dreamland.
And he changed it to levels.
Yeah, that's not a very good. That's not like an upgrade.
I'm
Yeah, I
guessing
would
they
agree.
did that because his first book was called Towers.
Towers was good.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
Okay.
I like that one.
It was sort of a. How do you? I mean, there was an aspect of giant robots involved, and also tangerines were like the most valuable fruit on the earth, and there were these like insect things that he I don't it's kind of all blurred together in my head now, but I just remember at the time really liking it, and the rest of the New Bizarre Author series from that year kind of just went to shit. But Towers was good, Towers and maybe one other one were good from that year. God, I've tripled up on my pain medication so for tonight.
Well,
So
that's good.
yeah,
You start hooting and hollering here pretty soon, then, right?
yeah, that swelling has I've still got a lump on my leg. It looks like a second knee cap, and and about a week ago, the fluid was starting to, swell down from there all the way down to my foot, to where my toes were kind of turning bluish, and and I kept spraying like rubbing alcohol over the wounds and everything earlier the last week or so, and taking blood pressure medicine regularly and such, and it finally receded, but it itched like a motherfucker, and then I reopened one of the wounds on there, and it's scabbed over now nicely. And let's see, I also got nauseous for a few days last week, which I think was, that retaining fluid or whatever. But got rid of that too. Started taking Dramamine. So,
Have you seen a doctor about this leg?
nah.
No.
Okay.
Not even a witch doctor.
No, it really is. It's going down. It's just, a knot this big isn't going to go down overnight. So I'd say, when did that happen? Has it been a month now?
About 3 weeks ago, I think.
Yeah, it's getting there. It's getting there.
So, have you looked up online what gangrene looks like by any chance?
Yes. It's not gangrene.
Okay, that's
Believe
good.
me, I considered the possibility, and I wouldn't be laughing if I thought it was. It's nothing.
You're gonna lose your foot.
It's nothing life-threatening, it's just I'm pretty sure I would know. I wouldn't be able to move this at all if it were broken or fractured in any way. So I mean, I can straighten it, move it around, walk, so just got to wait it out and let all that, swelling go down.
So the swelling actually moved from your second knee down to your foot, right? To your ankle or something? Is that right?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, it was red and hot, and
maybe the swelling will move up your body onto your torso and to form little legs that you can race across the floor on.
That would like my alien guy. Yeah.
Yes.
That would be cool. Yeah.
Yes.
Have you guys heard anything about this this guy who has John Solomon in this political impeachment thing? He had his car broken into that had some document about Ukraine.
I've not heard that.
I heard about it on the Pete Santilli show. He's another YouTuber that covers this stuff from like a more level-headed Alex Jones type angle.
Level-headed Alex Jones perspective. Okay.
I guess, yeah.
So what happened now? Who was guy? John Solomon? Is that what you said?
That's the name of the guy who got it stolen out of his car. Yeah.
Now, who is it? I've heard that name.
I don't know. I didn't get a chance to delve fully into it before I got on here, but well, let's see.
It seems like I know that name, but I'm not sure who that is, and I've not heard about that particular.
His laptop was stolen with quote unquote explosive info on Ukraine and Joe Biden.
And okay,
It's
so
probably
but
freaking corn pop.
it's probably Corn Pop getting revenge, or maybe Corn Pop now works for Joe Biden.
There's a
Corn-
plot twist.
Corn Pop is coming up and saying, "Is this like that? Wait, that never happened, and I never had the nickname Corn Pop. I don't know where he got that."
Oh, is that true?
No, I have no
So there
idea.
actually Corn Pop has come forward, or are you just making that up?
Corn
Yeah, I'm
pop
just
has not
making that
come
up.
forward because
Oh, okay. I
I'm
was gonna
just-
say, because I mean, it sounds possible, right?
I'm just
So.
imagining like that happening.
I wonder how many people drowned under Joe Biden's watch, Goofy Joe's watch as a lifeguard. How many people did he not save while he was babbling and chasing little youngins under the water and such?
It sounded like he
Showing him
was
his hairy legs.
He also told some story there about hanging out cross-legged in the shower room with a bunch of dudes or something, just chatting them up.
What is his problem? Why doesn't he realize? Why does he have no self-consciousness or self-awareness about how awkward he is?
I mean, I think
Once you
his
go crazy,
brain's
you lose
broken,
stuff
right?
like this.
Huh?
Go ahead, Zach.
I just said once you go crazy, you lose self-awareness.
Yeah, but I think his brain is broken, and also, I mean, the guy is, been in exceedingly powerful position for quite a long time.
I'll be back in about 10, 20 minutes.
All right.
Okay. See what
where nobody has criticized him probably forever, right? I mean, if you get into a position where if you're just surrounded by yes men, you have an entirely skewed image of reality, right? So,
Yeah, if it was anybody else, someone would just pull him aside and be like, "Okay, Grandpa, it's time for your medication."
right. Yeah, exactly. I mean, he's just like a meat bag being used at this point. I mean, he should not be out and about walking around talking to people and trying to become a president, right? I mean, it doesn't make any sense. I mean, the guy is obviously not healthy,
Like, is he even trying at this point? I've only seen like one poll where he's ahead of Bernie and Warren.
I'm not sure any of them are trying, to be honest.
I know
It's like
Bernie's
they dug their
trying.
heels in.
Bernie's trying, yeah.
Well, but I mean
And the
that guy
TNC sure is trying to stop him.
he
'cause
had a heart
apparently
attack.
They love
though.
losing.
He had a heart
Right.
attack, though. I mean, how hard can he really go?
He seems to have recovered from that and keeps on going, right? I mean, I wouldn't say that Bernie's not trying, right? And I would think that with the Biden, I think that maybe they're I don't know what's going on with that. I have no idea why
Hillary called
that
Bernie
guy's
a
still
career
running.
politician. If you can make any sense of that whatsoever.
What's that?
Yes.
Hillary said that nobody likes Bernie.
Right.
And his response was, "Well, on a good day, my wife likes me."
Yeah, I mean, Bernie, I think he's actually trying, right? I mean, I think he's actually doing pretty well, too well, I think, right? And isn't the DNC talking about changing some rules to try to screw him over again or something?
Yeah, they are. They're openly doing it.
Right.
It's like, we love losing. We want to give Trump another term. It's like, hey, vote blue no matter who, except for Bernie Sanders and Tulsi Gabbard and Andrew Yang.
Right.
If they were serious about winning, they would have devoted more time to choosing better nominees and less infighting and less digging in your heels and wasting people's time and money with these witch hunts. It wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter if Trump was 100% guilty and then some at this point. I would still vote for him again, just because those people over there are absolutely frothing at the mouth, insane. Seriously, they're crazier than the most rigid, streamlined neo-Nazi I've ever seen. They are insane. From what's his name over in Virginia saying mothers ought to be able to terminate, newborn babies, all the way down to Hillary calling Bernie a career politician when she is 100% one herself. This infighting. Huh?
I was going to say another funny story. You know how she called Tulsi Gabbard a Russian asset because apparently they're still beating that drum?
Too, yeah.
Yeah, Tulsi Gabbard apparently decided to sue her for defamation. I thought that was like a bad move. Seemed kind of like a dumb idea, but apparently it scared the fuck out of Hillary because she's been hiding from the summons for it.
She's being refused to be served or something like that. Something like that.
It's like, what
run, bitch.
Yeah, stay inside and stop talking. Nobody likes you. It's like, yeah, it's the problem. It's like, oh, nobody likes Bernie. No, people like Bernie. Nobody likes you. That's why you lost, bitch.
Yeah. There was a time early on that I considered voting for Bernie, even though I don't consider my values strong with the Democratic Party. I wasn't sold on Trump, and I still was kind of thinking Greg Stilson when I looked at Trump, but
Greg Stilson,
the Martin Sheen's character in The Dead Zone.
Okay.
But then the insanity just exploded and mushroomed. It was like a mushroom cloud of degeneracy and insanity on the left, to the point where I felt I had no choice but to vote for Trump, because I just didn't want Hillary in there, and it's, if he's allowed to run again, I guess I'll be doing the same thing, because you can't count on Gary Johnson, you can't count on half of these people, and that's probably where it'll be again, and the fact that and now I guess I'm never going to let it go, but the fact that I was treated as a black sheep immediately after I admitted I voted for Trump, like I betrayed an entire community, those people are petty beyond belief.
So
their genre
was
is dead. Their genre.
So you actually got people mad at you because you've voted a certain way in an election.
Oh fuck yeah.
That's pretty lame.
Yeah,
I don't tell anybody who I vote for, but
No, yeah, but see, I felt like I was being too much of a chicken shit by not admitting it, but yeah,
I think it's kind of a private thing, right? I think that, like when I was growing up, like I was always taught, you don't tell anybody who you vote for, you don't discuss, how much money you make, you don't talk religion with people, that type of thing. So that was always something I was brought up with, right? But I don't know, maybe that's not something that folks care about nowadays. Obviously, it's not, because people on Twitter exist, right? So
ideally, it would still be a personal thing, but when you start to feel that peer pressure of either you're with us or we'll ban you, or banish you from our good company or whatever. That's when you start to get defiant, and that's why I made a lot of the choices I did at the time, was in the spirit of defiance of a community that I felt had betrayed me, when I had done what I considered to be many great things for them, from tirelessly pitching their works to my podcast audience at the time, to it was like a campaign of promoting people for free, is what it felt like. And I never finished my own novella that I wanted to write for him, but by then I was deflated and no longer cared. So but I mean, when you start to feel that peer pressure, you get defiant and you say, not only will I vote for Trump, but Sieg Heil, motherfucker, if you're gonna get that way with me, and not Sieg Heil literally, but Sieg Heil as in, Nelson from The Simpsons.
Well, Sieg Heil as in like the literal hail victory, because I'm a winner, bitch.
It's well, we'll wait till Zach gets back to talk about that. But
I mean, I do have a and maybe not a funny story, but I do have a story about how Ilhan Omar ruined my breakfast yesterday.
How so?
Okay. What Ilhan Omar?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I went to my favorite cafe for breakfast yesterday, and I realized for some reason it's packed and there are cameramen, and I'm like, what is going on? And I looked it up, and I realized, today they're having like an event where Elaine Omar and another congresswoman whose name I can't remember were giving a speech at that cafe, And I was just like, I
Talib
am not,
Rashid?
huh?
Talib
No,
Rashid?
isn't he a rapper? Or am I?
Oh,
Oh no,
maybe
maybe.
I'm thinking of a different person. What's that woman's
Oh,
name?
oh no, wait. No, it was an Indian name or something like that.
Oh, okay. I'm
Uh,
mixed. I'm totally mixed up. All right, go on, go on. I'm
but
ruining your
apparently
story
she,
now.
but apparently she's behind the student loan forgiveness bill. So I guess I can give her that much credit. Um, and the it's packed, and I'm just like that. I am not in the fucking mood for this. So I just had to order my breakfast to go because apparently I wasn't going to be able to quietly sit in there and read my book while that was going on. So I can safely say Elaine Omar ruined my breakfast.
I'm sorry to hear that. Was the food good?
Yeah, it's good. They serve really good breakfast burritos.
So were you able to eat it
I
and
just
read your
got it.
book elsewhere?
I just went and got it and ate it at home.
Did you read your book while you were eating it?
Yeah,
What'd you
I'm read.
read?
I'm reading. I just started reading Pedro Paramo.
Mhm.
Um, it's about
Magic realism.
yeah, it's actually one of the earlier examples of Mexican magic realism. It was apparently an inspiration for Gabriel Garcia Marquez for 100 Years of Solitude. It's The story is pretty simple. It's about a guy who, after his mother dies, he goes to a village to find his father, Pedro Paramo. But when he gets there, he finds that the village is abandoned, but somehow people are still living there, and it's constantly shifting perspectives between the guy looking for his father and flashbacks to his father's childhood. Um, it's I just got into it, so there's not much that's happened, but it's a pretty surreal read.
Yeah, I like the South American or magic realism. What I've read of it thus far, I love it. But I've not read that. But I like that, I guess, genre, I suppose, or that tradition, I guess.
Yeah, I like those a lot. That was a big inspiration for my Story of the Y book. The reason I started reading Pedro Paramo was because one reviewer compared my book to that.
Oh, nice. I'm trying to
Yeah.
remember what I've read in that genre. I'd have to look at Goodreads. I don't have a great brain for that. It's been a long time since I've read anything in that particular genre, but I do like it.
Yeah, before that, I finished a book called Titty Kitties. Um, it's coming out from Thick and Veiny, who Cabal Books, who published Story of the Y, is an imprint of Thick and Veiny Books, who I originally submitted it to,
Right?
and Titty Kitties is more like the more humorous Bizarro and um, works like that. Like they've
Okay.
published Vince Kramer and things like that. Uh, Titty Kitties is it's almost exactly what it says on the title. It's about an Irish couple who wake up one morning to discover cats have come out of their nipples.
What do you mean they've come out of them?
Like they just popped out of their chest.
And are they still
Like
attached to their chest? Or
through
they
most of the book, yeah.
okay? So they didn't jump out of their chest and were immediately liberated and running around the apartment or the home or whatnot, but they're actually like bulbous things sticking out of their chest like breasts.
Yeah, and like minor spoiler, they do come out later, but yeah, I mean, I pretty much can only say the premise without spoiling it. It's due out in March. The publisher sent it to me to give it a blurb, and I did like it quite a
Hmm.
bit. It was a very entertaining, fast-paced, kind of bizarro-ish read. It's not like a heavy bizarro like Carlton Mellick, but it actually does remind me of something like you'd see from like the very early days of Eraserhead Press. It's it just takes a very weird conceit and runs with it.
Right. So who wrote it?
It's Make sure I can pronounce his name right because it's an Irish name. Let's see. It's Garvin Giltonen, who's
How do you spell that last name?
Giltinan.
I remember seeing your review of this, and yeah, I couldn't find it on Amazon. You said it was. Did you say it was only through his website or something?
No, it's due
Huh?
out
It's yet to be
until,
released, right?
yeah, it's due out
Oh.
in March. I was sent an ARC to do a blurb for it.
Hmm. Yeah, because that made me curious.
So when that comes out,
Where did you say it was
so yeah,
getting?
buy it
It
with
was who was
Thick and
publishing
Veiny
it?
Books. Thick and Veiny Books.
Okay.
With who?
There's also an
technically-
interesting.
As it
Hmm?
is technically
What's
the
that?
same guy who published Story of the Y. Cabal Books and Thick and Veiny are like imprints of each other.
Right.
There was also let's see. There was also a book that caught my eye that was coming out from Grindhouse Press, Luciferin. Have you heard of that?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I've
by
seen that.
J. Peter W.
Yeah, I've read. I'm familiar with his work a little bit. I didn't like Popsicle Hearts too much, but there was something else, the Giraffe Corpse or whatever. I liked that one that he wrote.
Giraffe
Giraffe.
Carcass. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
that
have
was
a copy
great.
of that, but I haven't read it.
It's like I didn't know at first that those were both by the same author. They're both so like entirely different from one another. I mean,
Yeah, he writes some stuff that's for like younger readers too, right? I think that maybe that was it Popsicle Hearts for younger readers or no?
it
You know?
seemed like it was adult to me.
Oh, it may have been. It seems like he's got stuff that's for younger readers too, but I don't know what exactly those works are. But yeah, that giraffe. So you like that Giraffe Carcass? I was going to read that. I bought it, and then when I picked it up, it was right after my mother had died, and then
Mm.
like the whole start of the book is about the family's mother having died. So I was like, I don't feel like reading this right now, and I have not picked it up since. I feel bad about it, but it was not the best timing to read that particular book. So
Oh,
I'm
if
looking.
that's the case, it sounds like we both lost ours at around the same time period. Then I'm sorry about that, buddy.
Well, yeah, thank you. But yeah, I couldn't read it at the time. But I'm looking forward to picking up this Luciferin, something to
Mhm.
that effect. I think it's the name of the town in the book.
Yeah, and the synopsis really impressed me. It's about a town where the sky is always filled with fireflies or something.
Yeah, it really does sound good. I'm looking forward to reading it. I think is Adelat? Oh, it's Grindhouse is doing this one, right?
Yeah,
Adelatl, I think, published this Giraffe's Carcass. I'm
Yeah.
pretty
Giraffe
sure.
Carcass was like it was plausible enough to not just be surreal. It had an element of it was down to earth enough that you could buy it as a plausible scenario and not just stream of consciousness, gaga type stuff.
Right. Yeah, I plan on picking that up again at some point, but I might just pick up this new one by him to give that a whirl. I've read some of his shorter works, and I've liked all the shorter stuff that I've read by him, but I've not read one of his longer works yet. So I'm looking forward to reading something that's longer. Yeah. So I mean, yeah, I was looking forward to reading that Giraffe Carcass, but the timing was shitty on that. I'm glad to hear that's good because I do have that sitting on my Kindle waiting for me to read it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I bought that with the gift card I got for Christmas, and it looks pretty good. I'm looking forward to reading it.
Oh, you know what? I got a gift card for like an early birthday present earlier this week, and I now have 2,839 books on my Kindle alone. That's not including physical, copies of books, but yeah, 2,839. That's how many ebooks I have on my Kindle now. And
Wow, it's pretty good. I think that I might be close to that. I'm going to take a look.
really,
Yeah.
I bought about I guess I don't know 7 with the money I got, and it was let's see, Masters of Doom, about the guys who developed or how 2 guys created an empire and transformed pop culture. The guys at ID Software who developed Doom and some of those other first person shooter games.
Okay.
Catch
Pretty
up on
cool.
everything Catch Up on Everything by Nathan Robinson. That's supposed to have this like unbelievable twist to it that you know that you wouldn't know by the title. Wolf Hunt 3, which I'm excited to get into because
Right.
there's a
You're a big Jeff Strand man.
yeah, and there's a growing cast of characters that joined Lou and George at the end of Wolf Hunt 2. So I'd imagine it'd be harder for them to hide away from people now. But one of them happens to be half lycanthrope himself. So, but in a very fucked up and like Frankensteinish way. So that's not spoiling too much. Right?
Yeah, that sounds good though.
Like
The Charnel House
Like
by
mine-
Graham Masterton. It's my first Graham Masterton book I'm reading right now. The Charnel House.
That's kind of a famous one too, though. I have not read it, but it's kind of a classic, is it not?
Mm-hmm. That's what I hear. And it's about a haunted house that breathes and shrieks and whatnot. What were you going to say, Ben?
I was gonna say like 90% of the books I have on Kindle are books that I got either for free off of Kindle giveaways or from free PDFs because I'm a cheap fuck.
I can't read a PDF, man. Can't do it.
Yeah, I always convert them from PDF to what do you call it? Mobi or mobile?
What's that, Ben?
Yeah, PDFs always work fine on my Kindle.
Do they really?
Yeah.
See, I have to convert them to
maybe
MOBI.
Maybe it's because I have a Kindle tablet rather than just a Kindle.
Oh well, I've got both, but they don't all show up on the portable one for some reason. Those are the pirated.
Yeah, I don't like to read a PDF, but you can convert a PDF to a Mobi, and that looks all right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Unless there were flaws in it already, you know.
Right. All right. So, what do you use to convert it? What do you use to convert a PDF into a Mobi?
PDF to Mobi.com. No, online converter. A few different places actually.
Okay, I can just Google it. Okay.
Onlineconverter.com and then choose the selection PDF to Mobi. Yeah.
Okay,
and
nice.
That's
all right.
the best way. That's the most reliable way. Also started Roy Orbison in Kling Film, which is exactly what it sounds like. Every chapter is a different way that Roy Orbison gets wrapped in Kling Film, in space, at Christmas time, at a press conference. This guy.
I remember seeing that a while back. Is it written for comedy purposes or for fetish purposes?
I think it's in that gray area in between.
Yeah, because that really sounds like something you'd see on like DeviantArt or something.
Yeah. Well, DeviantArt, that's we all go through that phase in our lives, right? We're young and stupid. But
I used to post stuff on DeviantArt, mostly just like me fucking around in Photoshop or lyrics that I wrote at the time. But I'm like talking about like the dark parts of DeviantArt where you see people posting videos of Sonic feet, shit like that.
Yeah, I used to post on DeviantArt too. I think yesterday was the last time I ever did it. So.
Was it your Sonic erotic fan fiction?
Nah, I'm more of a Mario guy. But let's see. Here's a
lot of mushrooms.
Yeah, here's
Mario
a nice
getting
passage.
pounded in the butt by Luigi.
He is a plumber after all. Here's a nice passage from Roy Orbison in Kling Film. Soon, Roy Orbison stands before all of Dusseldorf, wrapped up in Kling Film. Silent white light floods my whole being, and I become one with the universe. Fellow burghers, I cry, behold, Roy Orbison is completely wrapped in Kling Film. The crowd cheers ecstatically. It is a moment of supreme triumph. I know how Alexander and Napoleon must have felt. I have conquered all. The whole world kneels before me. It is my will alone that has wrought this. I, Ulrich Harburst, am the King of Kings. I am one with the Godhead. Booming, triumphant laughter wells up out of me and reverberates mightily about the square.
Why the fuck my pee hard?
Yeah, I mean, What's going on? That's like some Jennifer Johnson level stuff right there. So,
uh, Zach is back.
Oh, okay.
What's that?
I said Zach is back. He's messaged
Oh,
me.
Zach is back.
Nah, let's
Fantastic.
leave him outside for a while. I'm just,
Yeah,
hey,
fuck
Zach.
You suck.
He wasn't gonna let you back in.
Well, so Zach,
Welcome back.
What
Zach is back.
transpired? Zach Attack, yeah. What transpired earlier this week between you, Strange, and Ross Lockhart? Let's get it out of the way.
Huh? Oh, that, yeah, no, we just made fun of his post, and then he blocked us.
Okay.
What was he posting?
He's going on about, like, he wrote this giant post about American dirt, and
American
he's
what?
glad.
Dirt or?
Oh
That's
yeah,
a book.
we talked a little
Oh,
about.
it sounded
that
like you
last
said
time.
American girth. I was like, "What's that?" I'd like to know about that. But,
Americans are fat.
exactly. So you're talking about the tired American dirt controversy, right? And he wrote a big a long post about it.
Yeah, and we just got on there and we're just kind of poking fun, getting under his skin a little bit. And then, okay, so he didn't, no one really says anything to us. Then we get blocked, and then they start responding, like way after we can't do anything. But yeah, he's pretty much in the same boat with all of them, with like him, Gabino, Iglesias. Like they're all just applauding it, and they're all acting like the dang literary world is being done a favor by these book tours getting canceled. And it's pathetic, especially considering since Ross Lockhart is a publisher. It's like, why he should know. It made me think of Amber Fallon. Once all that shit was going on with Amber Fallon, he was, very quick to defend her. I believe he had, published her. It's like if he had published this woman, he would have just freaking thrown her under the bus. Like, what a wuss.
Oh, all those people throw each other under the bus. Don't ever believe differently.
Yeah, Ross Lockhart's like a big hairy wuss.
You should have seen. Strange showed me some of the emails when that whole Bizarro game thing was going on. They were all trying to roll over on each other, saying this is the person you should be going after. They were rolling over on each other, and supposedly all these great friends, brothers and sisters of the Bizarro community, every last one of them was turning on somebody and saying, "Why are you investigating this person when you won't investigate this person for this and this?" It was nonsense. They are a bunch of cutthroat coyotes. And no, here's the thing. I don't know if you guys went looking for that reaction or not. I know I have before. I've gone and tried to provoke that reaction out of them before. Now, the thing is, as much as I disagree with all of them, if they were talking amongst themselves and weren't inviting, you guys to, respond, if they weren't tagging you or something, then I might have left it alone. But if they,
I was going to, but it's just annoying seeing all these people just so sure of themselves.
no, wait. Why do you think that I blocked them and got away from them? It's like I said, I deleted the last one in like 200 and some people that were tied to that in any way, and immediately I thought, finally, my page is quiet. My timeline is quiet. Finally, it was relief. It wasn't any kind of regret, but that's why I got rid of all them, and that still to this day, that's the worst thing that most of them can lay at my feet is that I blocked them, like that O'Brien clown. That's the worst thing I've ever done to him is block him. I don't have to, check in with them every day. Huh?
Oh, I was talking to
okay. Well, anyway, yeah, and the whole peeing on the book thing, which I admitted was wrong, and I take back, but that still doesn't, buy him any kind of leeway with me in terms of just being, people who would, provoke that reaction to begin with. So,
I mean, I'll be honest. I've done it less because I'm on social media, but not a lot.
Mm.
But it seems like every time I get on there It's like I'll find the perfect thing to troll and I'll just do it. Sometimes I won't, but it's just like
Oh,
that popped up and it was so
okay.
annoying. And I'm like, yeah, I've got to respond to
Well,
that. But
I
the thing
don't know
is,
why you're even
they're
still
not really
connected to
used
him.
to it.
Why are you even still
What?
connected to him? That's what I'd like to know. I mean,
I don't know. I'm not friends with him. I never was. But it popped up in my feed. I guess someone I'm friends with who's friends with
okay.
him liked it or something.
Okay. Well,
I mean, I knew who he was. It's kind of ironic, though, if you think about it, because the whole controversy is about a white woman writing from Hispanic perspective, and they say that's wrong. Ross Lockhart has a novella out called Chick Basist, which I'm assuming is from the perspective of the woman.
Yeah.
Is he a woman? Should he be allowed to write from the perspective of a woman? It's like, when does it end? When's this freaking? I mean, you know what I'm
they
saying.
want
It's been said
total.
before.
They want total cultural reform. They want to turn America into this like obscene, like warped Frankenstein monster of misguided intentions. But before we delve any further, Ben, how do you feel about American Dirt? Where do you weigh in? How much do you know about this that we're talking about?
And so
Because
I haven't read the book. I remember someone on the Facebook said, "Would you read the book? Would you do that?" I was like, "Well, yeah, I might if I didn't have a million other things to read and I gave a fuck." But so I can only go on what's going on around it, and yeah, I can see why it annoyed people. Her statement about giving voice to the faceless brown masses, yeah, that's an oof. And all the stuff about how they had a book release party with barbed wire decorations. That's really fucking tasteless.
Right.
I don't understand
So,
what's tasteless exactly. I don't understand.
well, I mean, imagine if someone like wrote a book about the Holocaust and the book release party had like I don't know, like decorations of smokestacks or something like that,
Or even barbed wire, right?
or barbed wire. Yeah.
What
know.
were they trying to achieve with that?
Well, they were trying to imitate the cover art, which has barbed wire on it, but of course representing the border fence.
Right.
But yeah, using that as decoration when this is supposed to be like a serious book about that subject is it's pretty tasteless and tone
It's
deaf.
tacky. It's just tacky, yeah.
But is
Yeah.
that enough for people to protest?
Yeah, but it's
My
not
answer
really
is-
No, I mean, I don't think
My
it's
answer is,
enough either.
No,
Yeah,
I can
mean,
see why it rubbed people the wrong way, but the whole but apparently it was canceled because of threats, and I don't know about that because everybody nowadays, when they're at the center of a controversy, whines about getting death threats. And yeah, it's there does seem to be like about people saying, well, we're not saying you can't write about non-Mexicans. You just need to like do it right. And on one hand, I understand that. On the other, you get this like there's no way like a white person could actually write a Hispanic person correctly in their eyes. You definitely get that.
Hang on, I've got to point something out. I know I asked you for your take, Ben, but while I remember this, I've got to point this out. Franz Kafka, okay, he wrote a novel called America with a K, and the Statue of Liberty has a scythe instead of the torch, okay? That's not doing America right, but it's artistic license.
Well,
right?
Well, in that case, I'm pretty sure he's engaging in intentional satire. I've only read parts of America, but yeah, I'm pretty sure that things like the Statue of Liberty holding a sword instead of a torch is satirical.
But that's still artistic license.
Like on one hand, yeah, but on the other hand, if you do, like some of the reviews have suggested, just write a book that's supposed to be about the border crisis, and it's just a bunch of lazy Mexican stereotypes. Yeah, I definitely understand why that's gonna rub people the wrong way. Fuck, what else was I gonna say? Yeah, like one review. Well, not really the review. It was more like the introduction to the review, because one Hispanic woman did write a scathing review of it, and this is another thing surrounding a Hispanic woman wrote a scathing review of it where she completely panned the book, and the review was killed for being too negative. Which, yeah, that's another thing I can understand would rub people the wrong way.
Right.
But the thing is, like, I read a reprint of the review that was done on her blog, and her introduction to the book, or not to the book, to the book review, is terrible. Like in the review, she complains about the fact that that when the people talk, they sprinkle like Spanish throughout their dialect when they're talking in English. But she does the same thing in the introduction to the review. Plus, there's one line in there that that really annoyed me. She said something about how when she found out her review was pulled, her blood became carbonated or something like that. She's like, "What? It became fizzy and uplifted." Say your blood boiled.
Coke and a smile.
Oh wow, yeah, that's pretty lame. Yeah,
that's a lame one. But her review of the book itself it's pretty good, and if you read it, you can definitely like get the gist of like this was a person writing about the Mexican border crisis when they don't know anything about Mexico or any illegal immigrants or anything like that. So,
but why does someone have to? Now, yeah, it's
my answer is, well, if you're going to write a serious book about a crisis in America, you should know something about it.
Yeah,
a serious book, but
right, but that's what this woman's trying to accomplish, though.
Okay, so
Jeremy.
that's what this girl was going for. Okay,
right,
yeah, you do need to be thoroughly researched if you're going to write in a documentarian style or pseudo nonfiction fiction style. Right,
Wolverine wouldn't need to do a lot of research to write a border crisis book, right?
Right. I mean, I did
get away with being stereotypical and just ridiculous, so.
Right. I mean, I did research for the story of the why about Mexico, and obviously it's a geographically impossible Mexico that's full of things like people with buzzard heads.
Right.
I seriously, I can't remember any of that like cool stuff that I read in synopses of Story of the Why. I can't remember reading it in the actual copy I did.
You need to reread it, man.
I don't know if it was the drugs or what. The drugs should have enhanced that experience. I mean, but
try booze. I wrote a good chunk of it while I was drunk.
Well, Ben, do you consider yourself a person of color? Because I'll be honest, I don't.
Yeah, I don't really consider myself a person of color. Like, I'm dating a girl from El Salvador who actually doesn't speak English very well, and yeah, compared to her, like, I definitely don't feel Hispanic. I barely speak English, but my dad was, and my dad was an illegal immigrant. That's part of who I am. I have like the name Arzate, which is a very distinctly Hispanic last name. So like it's definitely like a part of me, even if I don't consider it like a big part of me.
And we lost Zach. Did it sound like he was arguing in the background there? Or?
No,
he said he was noise over there.
Yeah, he said he was in a car, so it's possible that he just hit a dead zone or something like that.
All right. Well, Zach, I was gonna come back to you eventually. So, but I don't. I would like to think that he wasn't upset.
Not upset by anything.
So, Zach, come on back in, brother. We're getting to it. There's enough time for everybody, and I'm probably just being paranoid. But
yeah. And as far as like the book's tour being canceled, like, do I think that should have happened? No, probably not. And like I say, if it really was due to death threats, then yeah, that's definitely bullshit.
Right. I mean, I think that this is just, I think that there's probably a lot of criticism that's founded, right?
That's the problem is that there's no like, okay, so here's some serious criticism of this that deserves it. It's just like if like a criticism like that comes out, it has to, because of like Twitter and social media and bullshit, it has to turn into a 2-minute hate where American Dirt is the worst thing ever. Everybody needs to hate it.
Right. It's a pile-on, right? This is just your typical pile-on thing, which I find to be disturbing. I mean, come on, folks. I mean, it's not that bad, right?
What
None of
happened
you
to
guys were
grown
going to read it
people?
anyways.
Yeah, what
you
happened
know?
to grown people making grown, informed decisions? You know, to read and enjoy what they want to read and enjoy, or what movie they want to watch. What happened to everybody being a fucking lemming and saying, "Oh, all my friends are attacking this thing, so I better attack it too"? You're fucking fools. All of you
Yeah,
people over there in Oregon who can't think for yourselves anymore.
That's exactly right. Like, yeah, I can agree with
Right.
some of the criticism, but all this like piling on of it, like, why can't
Right.
the author of American Dirt and the author of that book review just get together and throw hands like Norman Mailer and Gulliver Dahl?
Yeah, and Ross Lockhart, I don't care what you and Gabino and all these other kooks, you know, write on your own personal pages. You know, I'm so far removed from caring about you people. The deal is, do not tell me and my friends how to read. Okay, don't tell us how we should live our lives, and we won't tell you how to live yours. Okay.
Yeah, I like you the way that you bring a little bit of WWE to this podcast, Jeremy. You know what I
I
mean?
will excoriate them. I will burn them at the roots. I will root them all out. And then I will walk away the world heavyweight champion.
We're coming for you, and then I say the N-word and get us banned.
Yeah, but yeah, they've just gone way overboard on the piling on for this American Dirt thing. You know, kind of just sick of hearing about it. I mean, yeah, and then the thing is that's interesting about it is just like all the people that seem to be dragging this poor lady through the dirt, no pun intended, right? They're all like very closely politically aligned, right? I mean, she is definitely what you would consider somebody that's, you know, politically aligned with all of these critics of her, right? I mean, it just seems like they're beating up somebody that so much wants to be their friend, right? It's just kind of sick.
That's true. You know, and there is one thing that's come out of it that I do kind of agree with. There's this thing with white liberals where they seem to be disgusted more than people who are actually racist by, you know, I guess I hate the term, but people of color. And I think there is like a certain kind of truth to that, because there a
Being
lot of
offended on somebody else's behalf, is that what you're saying? Because you kind of broke up.
yeah,
Right.
there's that being offended on someone else's behalf. There's the whole like the fact that someone has to almost like constantly shout at the top of their lungs that they're not racist makes you think, maybe you hold some like racist beliefs that you don't want to like actually confront.
Right.
Who does?
Just like white liberals in general.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Like the woman who wrote American Dirt.
Right, or the woman who was reporting on the Lakers, or no, I'm sorry, on the Kobe Bryant.
She said Nakers. Come on.
Right.
No, it's pretty clear.
Yeah, it was pretty
Can you
clear.
hear us okay, Zach? Oh,
Yeah, is
sorry,
everything
I
okay?
interrupted. Yes.
Zachary.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
we
I
can
can
hear
hear
you
you now.
now.
Can you
Is
hear me?
everything all right?
Yep.
I can't hear you all though. It's like all kind of. I haven't been able to get barely anything in.
You said the reception there is
Like all
bad?
choppy.
I don't know
You
what to
said
tell
something
you,
about
man.
not being able to get
I
anything in. I don't know what that means.
Could you call in via phone?
I can't tell what any of y'all just said.
I don't know. Is there a way to do that with Streamlabs, calling in through phone?
Not with. I don't have a smartphone, so there's no way it'd happen with mine. He's using his phone to do this, as far as I know. So.
We're probably still using the link, right? You didn't give him a dial-in number or anything like that.
No,
Yeah.
I don't think there's a way to do that.
Yeah. So I guess we're just gonna have to deal with you falling in and out.
Yeah, I guess so.
And besides that, yeah, if I have to lay my phone up against the speaker, I told you before, Zach, it does not sound good at all. So it'd be, you might just want to say, you know, from now on, like, hey, 7:00 Sundays is when we do the show. I got to be able to, you know, I mean, or, you know, whatever, because it's up to you. But you still with me?
I think his girlfriend slapped the phone out of his
Yeah,
hand.
I think I heard. Like, I heard what you said. You said something about like the next. Yeah, I couldn't make out any of that really.
He said,
Yeah.
this is what he said. He said this: "You need to tell your girlfriend that on Sunday night, 7 o'clock, it's
I didn't
on."
say that. I didn't say that. No.
Yeah, you need to tell your girl it's man
I heard
time.
something
She-
about
I mean,
the word girlfriend.
make plans to be on the show, so you don't have to worry about phone and this and that and that,
in other words, tell your
I'm
girl
not-
it's
I'm not-
man
I'm not-
time and to go
I
away.
heard like 50% of that.
Okay. I'm not mad. It's all cool. Hey, but Eli, this guy who listens to us every time we stream, Eli Cash, he just finished up a screenplay, and I think that maybe we'll bring him in too. What do you guys think? Well, I didn't
Sure.
have any guests planned, so
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean, I've seen no problem with just bringing some random dude in. Yeah,
he's
Yeah,
he's
sure.
here in the chat every single time we stream.
I mean, if
so.
he's the only person that has ever listened to it, I see no problem with that, right? I mean,
Just
I mean, I'm
about.
sure no one else wants
So-
to admit they listen to us.
Yeah.
right.
But Zach, did you
We're
want to finish a
dangerous.
thought on all this shit with Ross and Gabino and all this nonsense?
I heard something about Ross, Gabino, and Eli Cash.
Is it that bad?
Yeah, it's pretty bad. It's like super choppy.
Well, I told you,
I'm
man, you
thinking
might
maybe
get
dropping
on the
off of
way.
it right now. And then
Well, I
trying
told you
to
once you start
get back
traveling,
in.
it might get bad,
Yeah, most of the time it won't be like this because I'll be back either at home or back on campus. This
Yeah.
weekend was kind of special,
Okay,
but I'm
not for us
thinking
though.
of- yeah, no, I'm
Unless you
thinking
mean
of,
specialize
trying
in
back
short
in
bus.
once I get closer to like the main highway.
Okay, well,
See if it's better.
it's cool. We're not. I
So
mean, it's
kinda
not like
back
we're
in
gonna
the
kick you or
Boondocks right
anything.
now.
Yeah. Well,
That's cool. I'll jump off right now and then try it back on maybe in 30 minutes, see if that's any better.
That
Okay,
sounds
well,
like
you
a
don't-
good plan.
okay. You don't have to, but whatever you want to do, man. Okay.
So you were basically saying, Jeremy, that he needs to pick this show or his
No, I was
girlfriend.
not giving him an ultimatum. I was just saying, we do the show on Sundays at 7 usually, right? And that's kind of what we've grown accustomed to. So
what
I
you're
know
saying?
when I'm doing the show on Sundays, I don't make any other plans. Is all I'm saying. There's nothing aggressive in this. I'm just
Right, but you're MGTOW, he's not, right?
I'm not
So-
MGTOW. I'm not incel. I just don't have the patience or energy to deal with women. And also, they kind of gross me out now.
So what Jeremy is saying, Zach, if you are listening, what you need to do is on Sunday nights at 7 your time, you need to turn your girl around, smack her on the ass, and tell her the men are talking, go away.
That's what Jeremy sounded like he was saying. He was trying to be
That's
nice
awesome.
about it, though.
Oh,
Saying.
dude, you were misconstruing it so bad. No, there was nothing menacing behind it. Zach, I love you, brother. Please don't take it that way. Anyway, Zach brings a
now
lot.
Eli freaking Cash is on here now.
Yeah, Zach brings a lot to this show. It's just I don't want to. I don't want.
There's a way to do that.
Hey, Eli,
I guess we're just gonna
mute the show, brother.
Or put on headphones.
Yeah, I guess so.
And besides that, yeah, phone up against the speaker. I told you before, Zach. It so.
Eli, you need to put on headphones or mute.
From now on, like, hey, I did not have that.
How's it going?
Hey, Eli.
Hey, how you doing?
Completely
How's it going,
mute that
guys?
so we can. Hey, thanks for this guy is here every single week.
We have tonight on The Quiet Place, Eli Cash, the brother of Johnny Cash.
Can
Wow,
you
I did not
totally mute
realize
that?
that.
Hey, Eli, can you totally mute that without? Yeah.
This is what he said. He said this.
Put on headphones, man.
On Sunday night,
I don't have
7 o'clock. It's
I didn't
on.
say that. I didn't say that.
You need to tell your girl it's man.
I mean, make plans to be on the show, so you don't have to worry about that.
Is there a way to mute him until he can get that figured
In other
out?
words, tell your
I'm
girl it's
trying. Yeah.
Listening to echoes. Yeah, sorry, Eli. We're just doing that until you can get headphones in or mute the show.
Yeah, just if you have to click off the YouTube video, it's okay. You'll be hearing us live instead of with a few seconds delay, brother. So
unless that's what his plan is to play that back for us.
Hey, I've seen no problem with just bringing some random dude in. Yeah.
Maybe he froze. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Hey, if you don't shut the fuck up, I swear to God.
Are you talking to your girlfriend, Jeremy?
Yeah, what's going on there?
One of the cats moaning like it's at the end of its life, and it pissed me off. Oh my God.
Wow.
I'm on the show. Anyway, and then there's somebody from the other room. Okay. No, the cat was moaning to get in like it was on its last legs and somebody was hunting it down. Oh my God, that pissed me off. I want to throw something. Not at the cat, but just in general. Anyway.
Give it food and it'll be happy.
They eat better than me.
Yeah, you need to feed your animals, Jeremy.
They eat better than me.
Much like a human woman, give them food and they'll be happy and shut up.
Hey, I think we got. Oh, Eli.
Welcome to the misogyny hour on The Quiet Place.
I don't. The M word is not in my vocabulary. Women are down here in the muck with us too. They got to deal with some shit. Anyway, I'm very angry all of a sudden. Now, Eli, brother, I don't know if your computer froze or what, but you've got to either mute or close the YouTube link, and then you'll be able to hear us without the feedback in the background from what we've already said. Now, wait for the delay to wait for it to catch up to him, and I'll check.
So, do you gentlemen know Eli?
I've seen him on Facebook, but I don't know him personally.
Okay.
I was just thinking, since I went off on that rant about white liberals, you should play "Love Me, I'm a Liberal" as the outro song.
Now, who sang that?
Philip Ox was the original. Jello Biafra did a cover of it.
Who?
Jello Biafra.
Oh, Dead Kennedys.
Yeah, Philip Ox was the original though. Oh,
which version do you like?
Philip Ox I prefer. Jello Biafra's is fun, and I like the. It's not really a cover, but I like the take on it that Chumbawamba did.
Hello. Hey, how's it going?
Hello,
Eli. I'm trying to tell you that the show is packing, man. Turn the YouTube link off. Close the YouTube link or mute it, man.
Okay, test. Is it still
okay? I think we're good now. Did you do it?
Nope.
No. Can you just close out the YouTube link, brother? Yeah, can you close out the YouTube link or mute it or something?
Or do you have headphones?
Oh,
is he not hearing us?
Headphones? No, I don't. Hang on.
Okay,
that's okay. I don't have headphones either. It's okay. But the bottom line is, we keep hearing ourselves.
You guys can hear me just fine.
Yeah, we can hear you okay, but you're roboting a little.
Yeah, but we can hear the video in the background. We can hear the video in the background, though. Can you close that?
Yeah, bear with me. This is my first time.
Okay.
And I yelled the whole robot situation. Am I still robot?
A little bit, yeah.
I mean, it sounds good to me.
Yeah, you don't sound too bad now, but we could still.
Okay.
Well,
how about
we
now?
don't hear them.
I'm doing this. I'm fucking.
No,
don't worry.
Not to get worried about it. It's
We
not
are
like,
the most unprofessional podcast on the internet, so
yeah, and it's not like this is like the Super Bowl halftime or something, right?
I can see that.
I forgot there was a Super Bowl today.
You can't hear me?
Okay. I mean, I'm talking to you. I don't seem to be able to pick up Jeremy or Gregor, right?
Can you hear me now?
Oh, Gregor. Hey, Gregor, how's it going? Hey, how's it going, man?
Pretty good. How are you?
Okay, now me. This is me, Jeremy.
I'm good. This is very awkward. I can tell.
I forgot it was the
Okay,
Super
I guess
Bowl today.
I can,
Okay, well, here's
I
the
guess I
Super
could
Bowl.
go ahead.
I was gonna say,
Do
here's
it.
the Super Bowl update. It's currently
Okay,
halftime, and I was gonna say, here's the Super Bowl update. It's currently halftime, and the 49ers and the Chiefs are tied 10-10.
Wow. All right. That's fantastic.
40,
Eli, introduce yourself.
Yes. The Queefs. Okay, I see. My name's Eli. Jeremy said it best. I did do a script, but it's not for a movie, but it's for a comic. Originally my comic, but universe, if you Tales from the Dickleverse. It's helmed by B. Pica. He's a magician, author of sorts, and I'll go just kind of right to talk about what he's been going through because it's kind of similar to what everyone else is going. He got fired. He got this club from called the House of Me Too Allegations, which I guess in the kind of sorted itself out together.
Eli, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I can barely understand you. The mic is like really bad.
I think that's a little bit better. Keep on going. So you wrote a comic book script, collaborated with a magician on it. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. And this magician, he's a close friend of mine here in Tennessee, and he recently got some publicity from some bad publicity. Some people that we knew wanted to meet to the guy actually had him fired from his clubs called the House of Cards, which is located under the Johnny Cash.
Mm-hmm. I get you. Okay.
Okay. So what was the name of the comic again? What was the name of the script?
Okay.
The comic that you're gonna.
I'm sorry. I got warped up with that. My winches and wormholes, and it's pretty much it started out as like a fancy sword and sorcery comp, big titty elves and big dick orcs. Yeah, and my friend Johnny, the magician, he invited me on to collaborate, and now it's pretty much D&D meets essentially, because his whole story is like dimension hopping and time travel essentially.
But prior to that, it was what was it called? Yeah. Witches and Wormholes? Is that what it was?
Winches and Wormholes.
Wenches. Oh, wenches.
Is
wenches and wormholes. Yes, okay, yes. Okay, all right.
Oh.
Yeah. So that was what it was called before the magician got involved?
Oh, no, that's when the magicians. Yeah, I can't talk. Magician. Yes.
Okay, so that wasn't the original title.
All right. To be honest with you, I can't remember what the original. Several things. It was like several different things before me and him decided to collaborate. It was like when I was in college, it started out as like a kind of like a side thing, like a side college project called Legend Aerith or stuff like that. Like I said, I vaguely remember this. That's since I was like 24 years old and everything, and then and everything, and then I suppose I think when I got kind of serious and everything, shit. Yeah, I'm being very
No,
I'm
be
kind of like
just
like
you're not
lost
talking
here.
to.
Shit, where do I
Well,
start?
hey, you're not, dude,
Okay,
you're
let's.
not,
I
you're not.
apologize. Beginning, it was like a side a side project I did when I was at Voss Community College, and back then, it wasn't I was just getting my feet seen and everything, and then I think I just decided to go ahead and change the name to Dungeon Dude and the Magical Stones of Magic. Really, being too obviously, but it got some attention with the East Nest Civilians at the point in time. I was oh hell, I can't. The art show was called, I think it was a comic, and it was like a mini in East Nashville, and I can't remember what the art. I think it got shut down. Short. I already dropped it, and I ended up, I ended up looking for a job. My first job was at a gas station, and a customer got me fired because he was being an asshole. And after when I got fired, they man, I was an asshole. and then I think my second job, aside from being as a general clerk, and everything was fine. Right, started stabbed me in the back and everything, and then later on, I kind of got myself another job. And hear me? I keep getting this notification saying that
we can hear you.
trouble connecting. Yeah.
Well, yeah, dude, we can hear you. We were asking about this.
Like,
hey, hang
I
on,
went job hopping from
hey,
another.
Eli,
Okay, it's
Eli.
like past
Wait, hang on,
2
Eli.
years.
Eli. Hey, brother, I'm sorry, man. I've got to talk. You don't want to talk over the host, brother. I think that
there's some kind of delay that he can't
there's a delay for one thing, and also I think he's a little bit nervous, and so he's given us more information than we need. We were asking about the screenplay, and so
and I think he's still got the show up in the browser in the background, is what it sounds like too.
I told him over and over. So we'll see how he does after I unmute it. But Eli, dude, I might have to kick you. If I do, it's nothing personal. We can always try again some other time. All right. And unmuting, let's see how it goes. I swear there's nothing hateful behind this if I have to kick you, brother. You there?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah. So, okay, now let's try again. So what so what else did you want to tell us about the screenplay?
Hello?
Yeah, I think he's having some technical difficulty there, Jeremy.
Well,
yeah, we might have to try again because it does sound like
all right. Sorry, brother. We'll try it again some other time, but
yeah, nothing against you. We didn't kick you because we don't like you. We just did that because there's some kind of delay that you apparently can't hear us, and you kept reverberating. So it does look like there's just too many tech issues on your end for us to be able to work with you. Sorry about that.
Yeah, and we definitely would not do anything to alienate our only listener. So yeah, don't.
Anybody who hears this, the guy clearly had a lot to say. He was just excited, and he's probably not used to using those microphone. And so I'm not, nobody make fun of the guy. It took a lot of guts to come on. Even if it is, such a limited audience. So, Eli, we'll try again sometime, brother. Maybe when you get your technical stuff in order. Hope you'll still listen and everything. But
right, maybe if you guys communicate prior to the start of the show, you can kind of brief them on what to expect and what to do and not to do as far as
Yeah, Eli, I think we're gonna move on for right now, brother. Please don't take that personally, but we will give it another shot. I promise, dude. You've stuck by us, and you've watched and listened to The Quiet Place for a long time. Right now, I think the best thing to do would be to move on, because also we're missing Zach, and he's having issues of his own. I don't know how much this is my fault and how much is not, but I'm
when we don't have a guest.
I'm pretty set in my ways. I can make it work for me. So, like I said, dude, it's.
Sorry, go ahead.
Anyway, so yeah, it's nothing personal. Just we'll have to try again some other time, man. So anyway,
sound like Ben had an idea. Go ahead, Ben.
I was gonna say, do we have a guest scheduled for next week?
No, but we could. Who do you have in mind?
I was thinking of that's when we could bring Paul Bingham on.
Now, who? Oh, is that the guy? Did you finally hear back?
Oh, he's interested in coming on. I just need to let him know when, when to do it. I didn't know we didn't have a guest this week. Otherwise, we could have done him this week.
So he's interested in coming on, you say?
Yeah.
That begs the question, why?
Well, he's an author who has no way to promote his work, so.
So what's he got? What's he got coming out, or what's he got out? I've not heard of the gentleman.
Well, right now he has 2 books out. He has a book of short stories called Down Where the Devil Don't Go, which is a really great collection, and he's also part of a split book that our prior guest Ann Sterzinger put out called Black House Rocked. He has a novella in that, which is like a Southern Gothic about a guy who was falsely accused of molesting kids. So before he goes to jail, he decides to take a job assassinating someone.
Interesting. So it's part of a duplex kind of release. Half of it was the one author. Okay.
Yeah, it's mostly him with his novella, and the other sort of half is a short story about a vampire.
Okay, but it's not of equal length. It's kind of odd, but
yeah,
you know what I mean.
The way they described it, it's like a split single, except the A side is a long doom rock dirge, and the B side is a quick noise rock song.
I see. Okay, yeah, because typically with those types of books, it's about the same. They're probably about novella length, and then you can flip the book over to read the other side, right? That type of thing. Well, the ace doubles is what I'm thinking of. I think.
Yeah,
you know what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, but in this case, it's a novella and a short story, except the short story is by a different author.
Right. I mean, sometimes they did that with 2 different authors with the ace doubles, I believe. But so are there 2 covers?
No, it's just one cover. And the guy
so they didn't go all the way down. Okay, all right.
Yeah, the guy who did the short story did the cover.
By the way, we mentioned. Well, yeah. If you want to get Paul Bingham, we can have him on next week. If you think he'd be good for Sunday at 7 or something.
I'll have to ask him, but I think so.
Okay. Because I think that seems like the best time for us to do this. I don't know. It's working for me. I know.
Yeah, except for Zach. Yeah.
Well,
I'm just trying to sow discord. I'm just being silly. Don't worry about it, Jeremy. I'm not being serious at all.
Zach's in his own hell as
he has a wife. He has in class. He has a girlfriend.
as was said in one of the Hellraiser movies, he is very much in his own hell. but no, he's having some problems with his connection. That's what that is. So, and he's LOL-ing me. So I guess he's all's good in that department. But I did want to point out, because the Super Bowl is tonight, that
No,
There's
it's
actually
Super Bowl. It's cute that you said Super Bowl because she's a fucking idiot. That's
who? Huh?
That's a reference to Aqua Teen Hunger Force, where Meatwad calls the Super Bowl the Super Bowl, and Carl says, "No, it's Super Bowl." It's cute that you said that because you're a fucking idiot.
Super Bowl.
I'm reading this book called "The Fixes In: The Showbiz Manipulations of the NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NASCAR." Started reading it, because of its football time and all that, and it talks about all these people who were, judges and referees and even players who were on the take, and who would, get involved in gambling to the point where they had to fix and point shave and rig things. It's just a long history of corruption across all those alphabet soup sporting organizations.
Yeah, I can imagine that there's that.
Right.
There's for some reason I don't even know why, but Michael Vick came up again because of his dog fighting, and there's been rapists and outright murderers in the NFL. I don't know if Michael Vick is sincerely sorry for what he did, but he's done quite a bit to donate to animal causes. So I don't see what else he could do to make up for what he did.
I don't really know that I know anything about him. Is he got in trouble with dog fighting?
Yeah, he was involved in dog fighting rings, which obviously are very cruel and very
right.
You kind of have to be kind of a bit of a sociopath to be involved with that because it's pretty much the first thing that a sociopath does is abuse animals. But like I said, he everything he's done to make up for being involved with that is just I don't see what else he could do.
So what was he, like a football player or something?
Yeah.
Okay.
I can't remember who he played for.
So did he serve any time for that or anything, or no?
I can't remember if he served time. I think he just paid a huge fine or something like that.
All right. Yeah, I mean, I don't know anything about it, but I mean,
and what's funny about that is people got mad at him for that, but what got people to stop watching? Oh, Kaepernick kneeled. Wah.
Here's something
like my uncle. I love him to death, but he's talking about, I don't watch the NFL anymore because of Colin Kaepernick kneeling and they didn't fire him. I was like, what? Oh, why?
Yeah, I mean,
I stopped.
What don't you get now? I'm sorry. What don't you get? That
they
why
stopped
would he...
watching the NFL because of that is there have been people raped, beat their wives, murdered, involved in dog fighting in the NFL, and you stop watching because one guy wouldn't kneel for the would kneel for the flag. It's
I mean, it's pretty
stupid.
Silly. Yeah. I mean, it's the entire thing is silly in my opinion, but I mean,
football man, no stand for skycloth. Win.
Yeah, I don't care about football. I mean, but people that like it, they're allowed to like it. I don't care about any of it, but I'm just not interested in it.
The guy's also pretty, cunty for thinking that it's some earth-shattering revelation that's, gonna, light anybody up with inspiration because
it lit people up with fucking anger, considering how many people said they were gonna boycott the NFL over it.
Right.
I'm more annoyed with the futile, uselessness of the gesture. Why do I care if you stand or kneel or not? I don't give a shit what you think about anything. Throw your stupid little ball and shut the fuck up. Just like Ross Lockhart. Publish your little spooky books and shut the fuck up. Don't tell me how to live. Don't tell me how to take things in. Don't tell me to process things in my society. I
mean, on one hand, Colin Kaepernick, he really didn't. And he, he put a lot of his money towards various causes to help, black people who are in poverty. So, he's not just kneeling, he's doing other things.
Yeah, I wasn't aware of that. So, I mean, more power to him. If he's putting up his money where his mouth is, that's cool.
I don't care what he does. I'm just annoyed with him in general. All these people who try to make themselves into these crucified sacrificial lambs, they're trying to martyr themselves at every turn. It's just obnoxious.
That's
Yeah,
the
I
thing,
mean,
though.
I find him obnoxious as well, but I don't really care. You know what I mean?
Well, exactly. That's what I'm saying. I don't care. I don't care if you want to crucify yourself, in some mock effigy of Jesus. I don't care if you want to, take on an entire minority single-handedly, John Rambo style. Just leave me alone and let me live my life. Don't tell me how to live my life. I'm increasingly being rediscovering the appreciation for the idealized libertarian life, even though I don't think those guys get shit done. It's
Well, that's like the thing you say, like they don't want to make like they're making themselves like a martyr. Like on one hand, yeah, there are certain people that intentionally engage in that kind of that kind of thing. They'll say like intentionally provocative things, like I don't know, on Twitter or some shit, and be like, "Oh, my mentions, people are sending me death threats." Man, but for Colin Kaepernick, it really didn't. It never really came across that way. The only people who like made him a martyr are all the people who bitched about it.
Yeah.
Like in that case, it's just like, oh, you don't want to make a martyr, then well, you should be the one that shut the fuck up then.
Who, me? Or
well, not you, like all the people, not you specifically, but all the people saying like, oh, why football man no stand.
Here's the way I see it. He's a grown man, I'm sure he puts his big boy pants on every day. He is qualified to determine if he should stand or kneel. If he wants everybody else to join him so he can be, hey, look at me, look what I did, then that's insincere at best and fucking phony at worst. But
yeah. And there are like people who are more transparently like phony about it. Like I saw a picture of, I don't know if it was a shit post or not, but of like some people who, while they were watching football on TV, like kneeling for the national anthem and have a picture of it on social media. Like if that's sincere, then it's fucking cringe. Like when it cringed my spine out of my fucking back. It's like, why the fuck would you do that? Why would you take a picture of it? Why would you fucking post it? What's wrong with you?
Yes.
I did want to read this interesting part from the fixes in though. Deals with a referee named Donaghy. I'm going to say Donaghy, Donaghy. He got away with betting on teams while being a referee, and somehow the FBI let him slide without thinking that these outcomes of these matches benefited him in any way, which is kind of strange. Let's see. If Donaghy's information proved to be accurate, he collected $2,000 to $5,000 per game. If the bet didn't cover, he lost nothing because he had not made a bet. Amazingly, even with wagering on games Donaghy was not directly involved in, his group managed a reported 80% success rate, something a career gambler would kill for, considering that even the top-level professional sports gamblers struggle to win 60% of their wagers. While the FBI concluded that Donaghy was compromised his objectivity as a referee because of his financial interest in the outcome of NBA games, they concluded Donaghy did not intentionally fix a single game. That is remarkable. The FBI and, of course, the NBA said that even though Donaghy had a financial stake in the outcome of several of the games he officiated, he remained an impartial judge while on the court. Does anybody believe that? Did anybody believe that then?
I have trouble believing that.
Yeah.
Right.
Like
it sounds like there's a lot of people that like that guy being in that position and made a lot of money off of him, is what it sounds like to me.
It's like the FBI said it, but the FBI says a lot of stupid shit.
Right.
How many here have read Paperbacks from Hell?
I have.
I have it. I've read bits and pieces of it on the toilet.
I know Zachary Magaha has a bit of a chip on his shoulder against it because he was, because Zach, you being a hipster, he was just like, I was collecting these rare paperbacks before that came out. It's just like, yeah, you were. So credit to you. Not
Well,
A lot of
knocking you,
folks
but
were, right?
yeah,
they're re-releasing some of these books that Grady Hendrix covers in the book, like
yeah.
Paperbacks from World Series.
Valancourt has a whole imprint that they called paperbacks from hell.
Right. It's some kind of a partnering up type of deal, right? Like it's a
Yeah.
little, yeah.
And they're I don't know if they've already released it or not, but they are re-releasing the infamous "Let's Go Play at the Adamses."
Right.
That is wicked. That book is brutal.
Yeah, I've not read it.
That's the kind of book that you finish reading and it feels like someone took a shit on your soul.
Wow. So is it any good or is it just
Oh, it's definitely. I hesitate to call it good. I want to say that it's effective.
Okay.
Because, like I said, it's like
boring?
reading.
Is it not boring, right? I mean,
no, it's definitely engaging. That's another good word to put it as.
All right.
It's well crafted. A book couldn't affect you that way if it wasn't well crafted, because otherwise it would just feel like a middle schooler trying to
right, Chuck, with you. Yeah.
But it's pretty fucking heavy. The line that from it that haunts me is "Goodness, go out of the world so we can live in it."
Goodness, what out of the world? What?
Goodness, go out of the world so we can live in it, and that's something that it's a spoiler, but it's something the main character's best friend says to herself after she dies.
Wow.
Like this idea, like if there was no goodness in the world, I could deal with the misery because I wouldn't have anything to compare it to.
Wow. So that's like a girl next door level type of experience kind of thing.
Yeah,
the
definitely.
I get. Okay. Yeah, I've not read Girl Next Door yet either, but I'm not opposed to. But I get the picture, right, based on what I've heard about it. You've all read that too?
Yeah, I have.
No.
Yeah.
Which one is worse?
It's really hard to say. I think on some level, Let's Go Play at the Adams is worse because there is absolutely zero comeuppance for the for I guess for lack of a better term, the bad guys.
Mm-hmm. Is it more exploitative than the Ketchum book? I mean, I get the Ketchum book. I understand that the Ketchum book is a little bit more, it's got artistic merit, I guess, is what I've been led to believe. Whereas this book sounds like it might be, although engaging, might be a bit of a exploitation type read.
I definitely don't. I wouldn't call it exploitative. There are certain things in there, like the fact that one of the, the plot is a bunch of kids tying up and torturing their babysitter, and there's a thing where one of the teenage boys apparently like has a thing for women's feet, which is kind of like weird, but and it doesn't feel exploitative to me. And apparently, like Mendel Johnson, the author, has said he viewed it as as like a metaphor for how the Vietnam War was destroying future generations or something like that. So I definitely think there's artistic merit to it. It's just very heavy to read.
Right.
I think it reminds me like there are only a few books that really got under my skin when I read them. One is The Girl Next Door, one is Let's Go Play at the Adamses, and I think the other one would be The Room by Hubert Selby Jr.
Okay. Yeah, I've tried to read Hubert Selby Jr., but I've not been able to get through it. I can't abide the punctuation creativity that he does. It gets on my nerves. I tried to read The Demon, I think is what it was, and I couldn't do
I really like The Demon, though. I wouldn't put that on par with Last Exit to Brooklyn or The Room.
Okay. Yeah, I just can't. I just couldn't get past the punctuation creativity. It just drove me nuts. So you know.
Yeah. I actually do. It takes some getting used to, but especially with like Last Exit to Brooklyn, it definitely feels like it was something he wrote in like a fever, and he was just doing the slashes to
Right.
because it's easier. And he was trying to get the manuscript out as fast as possible to get this like a feverish anger out on the paper.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the problem I have with Burroughs too. It's like he wastes his time on useless slang a bit too much. That's always frustrated me about Burroughs. Every time I start to get really into one of his stories, he just wasted on all this useless stream of consciousness slang. It's not like with Kerouac. Kerouac's stream of consciousness it's alive and it's vivid and it's relevant. But Burroughs is just it's stupid shit that he focuses on. You know.
Yeah. I'm kind of. I prefer Burroughs to Kerouac. I can't get into Kerouac. It's just I find it boring.
Yeah, I think Kerouac is okay. On the Road is okay, but I definitely find Burroughs a lot more engaging. Even like his
I think that
almost
Kerouac makes
impenetrable.
more sense than
Right.
Burroughs.
Well, he does, but that doesn't necessarily make for a better reading experience to me. Like I think part of the appeal of Burroughs is that he's very like often very dreamlike and very feverish in a way that doesn't like always make sense.
Right.
See, Kerouac though has a heart, whereas Burroughs is a reptile. It's if that makes any sense.
Well, that certainly makes sense, but I still find Burroughs more interesting.
Eh,
I just can't get into Kerouac's writing.
The funny is like somehow Kerouac and Burroughs combining is the ultimate boringness with and the hippos were boiled in their tanks. Like that's probably like the most boring beat book that I've read.
Is that is that a collaboration between the two?
Yeah, and I think
Oh
that was
wow.
actually technically the first book that they both wrote, so that probably explains why it's so dull. Neither of them really had their voice at the time.
Oh, I get you. Yeah.
uh,
So we're
I,
disagreeing on Kerouac and Burroughs. It's two
yeah,
against one. Two
I
against one.
actually, I almost considered becoming a fire lookout just based on reading Lonesome Traveler and the Dharma Bums, but then I realized that I wouldn't last a few nights out there.
You'd be just too scared?
No, not scared, just in over my head, unequipped, ill-equipped,
Right.
and incapable of doing all the stuff that needed to be done to survive out there, and for a season.
I mean, there's obviously a line that everybody here in Des Moines loves from On the Road, which is it's something like the most beautiful girls in the world are in Des Moines, Iowa, or something like that.
Is that true?
No, is it true?
Sort of.
What in the world was that?
Sort of.
That
What
was
do you mean?
that was written back before everyone in the Midwest got really fucking fat. And that's not a knock on fat girls. I'm fat too.
What was that noise? It sounded like a rattlesnake hissing, followed by a church organ creaking or something.
It wasn't in
Wow,
my
no.
place, I don't think.
I didn't hear anything.
Right after you said sort of. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't hear
maybe
that.
I bumped the mic or something.
Anyway.
Yeah, I didn't hear that. But
and did somebody hex us? What's going on tonight?
Probably our man. What's his name again? Eli Cash.
Nah.
He probably put a hex on us.
Nah.
It doesn't matter. I was hexed at birth.
Really?
Feels that way sometimes.
So, Jeremy,
Hmm?
what is it that you're reading aside from your football book?
Let's see. What am I not reading? Charnel House by Graham Masterton.
But you're not far into that yet, though, right?
No, but I finished the second volume of Church Mouse. Oh my God, man. That is the epic vampire series of this time period we're in. It's amazing.
When was it written?
2019. It was released in May.
Really?
May of last
Really?
year.
So that's some modern stuff. And you're saying it's the vampire series of our time.
Yes. Oh man,
Some high praise.
This guy
Is it
Serge,
self-published?
Help for Writers Limited. So, but it's as accomplished as any, professionally published book.
So wait, what did you say the publishing house was called? What? Help for Writers Limited? Is that what it was?
That sounds like one of those scam vanity presses.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I know, but trust me, no. This is a masterpiece.
Huh.
Yeah, I'm not knocking the book itself. I'm just saying.
No, I'm not either.
I
It's
hope
just a bizarre. Yeah.
If it's that good, if it's that good, I hope they decide to self-publish or find a better publisher at some point.
Yeah, the head vampire Serge in this one is he's got thousands of years on the other vampires, and so a lot of times his reactions, his motivations will seem completely alien to the rest of his whether you call him his tribe, his pack, or whatever. A lot of times they don't always understand where he's coming from with things because he's seen and experienced so much, he actually gets violent with the main character Rona when she seduces him. This guy who's been around on the earth for thousands of years, all the way back to the Celtic tribes and Egypt and beyond all that she was able to seduce him, and he says, "No, you have much more hating me to be had before you love me." And he ends up, then he grabs her and forcefully, forces himself on her, and transitions her into a vampire, but he had wanted to save it for later. And this little whelp of a little woman seduced him, tricked him into fucking her right there. I'm not doing a good job of
No,
explaining.
you're not. You're
okay,
not.
what I mean is this guy who's been around for thousands of years, who's seen and experienced, multitudes of existence. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
When they make love or have sex or whatever you want to call it, he's mad because she worked him up and he wasn't ready to give her that part of himself because he's lost so many people. Okay. And he said, there is much more hating me for you to do before you love me. Does that make sense?
It makes sense. It sounds it sounds kind of like
No, it's not.
Anne Rice for Men.
No, it's not. It's not. Trust me. This guy is badass. Serge is badass.
So it's not like some dude that played Vampire the Masquerade a lot and is writing his experiences.
No, RHL is a woman and she's from Scotland.
Or a female, rather.
She's a Scottish girl who had some sort of degree in science. I don't know, but no one's perfect. So
no, it sounds like I'm really just being a dick face now. so it's actually pretty good because it doesn't sound good to me.
Well, I told you about it last week too.
Yeah, and I wrote it down as far as my on my TBR or whatever. And there's another book that you recommended that was a vampire book, right? What was that?
Knuckle Supper, yeah.
Knuckle Supper. That one maybe sounds better than this one, but I'd be willing to give them both a shot. I mean, are you sold on this, Ben?
I'm not that into vampires, but I definitely give at least the first book a try at some point.
What do you consider the definitive vampire story, Gregor?
The definitive vampire story. I don't know if I'm qualified to say, but I think that my favorite vampire story is probably Salem's Lot. I mean, that it's not an earth-shattering choice, but I would say that's probably it.
I mean, for me,
what is yours?
For me, it's pretty obvious, but Dracula.
Right. Yeah. I mean, that's good. I like that well enough, but I like Salem's a lot better as far as just sheer entertainment value.
Salem's Lot bored me.
So you're saying that the Dormouse is where it is at.
Church Mouse.
Church Mouse. All right, Church Mouse is where it's at.
Yeah, it's not Anne Rice. It's not Twilight. It's something more subtle than that.
All right. But a lot of this, like, ancient, super long living vampire stuff from Egypt, and all of this stuff sounds fairly Vampire the Masquerade to me, kind of thing.
No, it nah.
It doesn't come off as that at all. Is what you're saying.
Give it a shot. Give it a shot sometime.
Okay. And the first book is called what now?
Church Mouse.
And the second book's called what? Church Mouse 2?
The Change. Church Mouse 2, The Change, yeah.
Okay.
Now, the Knuckle Supper series, that's a little bit more involved as far as that may be a little bit more fan fiction-y with vampires than Church Mouse. I still think it still blew me away when I read those 2 volumes of that. But Knuckle Supper is about vampires who are, well, I can't say without spoiling it, but it has to do with a Catholic, conspiracy.
Okay.
Having to do with unwanted, babies, and they have to they get high with both heroin and blood.
Okay. All right. That sounds good. I mean, that sounds like a good premise.
One of them
sounds a little bit like a Poppy Z. Bright book.
You think so? I haven't read any of her stuff, but they have to get a little creative in order to get high and feed. I think one of them smokes hashish through one of his victims' lungs.
Okay.
Pierces the lungs, sticks like a pipe down through there and out the other side. It was a fairly involved description, but basically he used someone else's lungs to smoke narcotic.
So like improvised like a bong or something with a human lung. Okay. That sounds pretty good.
So
are you a big vampire man, Jeremy?
Well, as a kid, I liked Lost Boys and Monster Squad and Fright Night. As far as I'm concerned, those are like the 3. That's the trifecta of the greatest vampire movies. So
you're a vampire fan.
Well, not so much the last few decades, but I liked Interview with the Vampire at first. Not so much with Queen of the Damned and the Vampire Lestat and all that.
Right.
So it takes something a little extra to woo me with vampire stories.
Right. I mean, I like vampires. I like Let the Right One In. That's a good vampire story.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually forgot this, but the Black House Rock that Paul Bingham and the other author, Emerald Cressel, wrote, those are actually both stories about vampires. The Emerald Cressel story, which is actually called Twilights, is a more straightforward story about a vampire who who was a knight during the Crusades, and it's just kind of a doesn't have a central plot. It's just kind of a character study about this sadistic asshole who became a vampire. And Save the Last Bullet for Me by Paul Bingham. I talked about the the main plot, which is a guy who was falsely accused of molesting a kid, taking a job to assassinate someone in order to go down for something he actually did. There is a part later in the story where he's introduced to a character, I think, if I remember right, his name's called the Watcher or something like that, who isn't explicitly stated, but is strongly implied to be a vampire, who kind of like kidnaps him and like takes him.
Huh. That sounds pretty interesting. It's a nice little weird sidebar twist kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah, Paul Bingham's a really good writer, and it's a shame he hasn't had more of his work published, because he sent me a couple of his unpublished manuscripts, and they're really good. Like
get him on here.
One is definitely. Like one is it's kind of a parody of it. It's a satire of like the fact that of modern social media, which is about a woman who's targeted by I guess, a sort of torture porn site that constantly follows her and uh, like streams and records like a bunch of terrible things happening to her throughout the entire story, and it's really great. It's kind of a
So
shame
it's
it
like,
hasn't.
somehow they have access to her room or whatever, and is able to just to stream whenever they want to, any event from her
So,
life.
sort of, it's basically they're following her like the whole time with like hidden cameras and such.
That sounds pretty good.
Yeah, it's really good. It's a shame it hasn't been published.
Well, why doesn't he just publish it? He doesn't want to self-publish.
No, he wants to find publishers.
Okay, all right.
And another, I guess, I don't know if he'd want me sharing this, but for a while he had to take a hiatus from writing because his day job is taking care of horses, and he had a horse kick him in the head. So for a while,
Wow.
he had to recover from that before he could do anything.
And who is it again?
Paul Bingham, right?
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, yeah, okay.
Well, that's pretty traumatic.
Wow.
Yeah, that's terrible.
And so
So
the
is
guy
he-
is he? Go ahead.
I mean, is he back to writing at his full capacity?
I'm not sure if he's back to writing. He did recently send me some more of his unpublished manuscripts, which I haven't had a chance to read. But he does seem to be searching again for a publisher.
Okay. Wow, that's terrible. Hopefully he's regained his faculties and can continue to write. That's my worry, that would be horrible if he was not able to do so.
Yeah, it would be a huge loss, especially since he had so little published so far.
Right. So what are you working on now, Ben?
Right now I'm just working
on getting another job. Are you working on
Yeah.
anything words wise?
I just took some more ghostwriting jobs to get some extra money while I'm trying to find a job. So not really like anything. Not really.
How do you go
anything.
about getting ghostwriting jobs?
I just I go on Fiverr. I have this like blog that I maintain under a pen name where I offer ghostwriting jobs. So I've gotten a few through that.
So what's this site that I've heard about lately called? I don't know what it's called. Something like Upcock or something. What is it called? Upwork or what is it? You know what I'm talking about?
I don't know anything about that.
What is it? What's the purpose?
It's like a ghostwriting thing, or like you get little jobs, kind of like Fiverr, I think, but it's called Up something. I can't remember what it's called, but I thought you might be using that, but you're not. So, so you use Fiverr, huh? And you're able to get ghostwriting gigs through that.
I've gotten a couple, yeah.
Well, that's pretty good, I suppose. I mean, what kind of stuff do you get hired to do?
I've gotten a few like little copywriting things. I've had a few like story requests, things like that.
You've actually gotten requests to write fiction?
Yeah. It's a little embarrassing to admit, but the ghostwriting stuff I do is mostly porn.
Okay. So what's
so like I just get someone to like, hey, write this story about my fetish, and I do it just to get some extra money.
So is it they're not going to publish it? They just want it for their own personal amusement?
Pretty much, yeah.
Is that the impression that you get?
Yeah.
I see. Okay. And how much do they pay for that?
It depends. The current one I'm working on, I think by the time I finish, I'll get $100 on it.
Okay. And how many words are they asking you to write on that?
Like 10K. With that one, I gave them a deal because they've gotten work from me before.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it seemed to me that you'd have to write that sucker pretty quick, fast, and loose to make it worth it, right?
Pretty much. I send them like samples of it as they go along, and they let me know if they like it or not.
That's interesting. Yeah. What's this other site called? I'm trying to figure this out because maybe you could go there as well and get some gigs. Upwork is what it's called. You have not heard of that?
No, I haven't. I'll have to check it out.
Yeah, I was thinking about taking a look at it, but you know, I have not. But that's mainly because I'm lazy. But you might want to check it out. It's you know, it's basically a freelance service, right? And it's my understanding that you know all the folks that are paying for the little gigs or whatnot put their money in escrow, so you're going to actually get paid, right? It's my understanding that they've got some kind of program to make sure that you actually do get paid and that you don't have to run around trying to chase people down for your money.
Yeah, pretty much. It's like we told Ann Sterzinger on the last show, like freelancers, creative freelancers, like you need to hire mafia enforcers or something like that.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
Like, we'll come break your legs if you don't pay. And if you're the kind of person that says, oh, well, it's good exposure, you should do it for the love of the craft, and then they can get their legs broken too.
Yeah, that sounds appropriate. Yes. Yeah, I would agree. So Elaine comes out at the 24th of February, is that correct?
I was actually wrong. The 28th is when it comes out.
Oh, the 28th.
Yeah, I got it confused. I got it confused because one of the jobs I interviewed for says that would be my start date.
Oh, I get you. Okay. So then have you got any advanced reviews or anything like that yet?
I haven't gotten any advanced reviews yet. Zach, who just told me that if once he gets logged in on his laptop, he'll try to hop back in. Mm-hmm. He did say that he likes it so far, so there's that.
Well, that is good. Yeah, interestingly, I was at a buddy of mine's house, and this is tangentially related to what we were talking about, right? Since Anderson Prunty's, right, the publisher of Elaine, correct?
Yeah, Adel is owned by Anderson Prunty.
Right, yeah. So I was at a buddy of mine's house the other night hanging out, and it turns out that my buddy's friend who came over is roommates with Anderson Prunty's brother, which is kind of weird.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was kind of a weird coincidence, right? I mean, you know, we do live geographically close to each other, but I didn't know that I.
Oh, so you're in Ohio?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I probably live within 30 minutes of wherever Anderson Prunty lives. You know, he lives in Dayton, so that's very close to where I live. And I guess a friend of a friend is roommates with Anderson Prunty's brother. So, yeah, it was pretty funny. And I was like, yeah, I mean, the guy was, because the way it came out was, you know, I was just being a weirdo asking this guy who's I don't really know very well if he'd ever written any poetry. And he was like, no, but I got my roommate's brother's a writer. And I was like, oh, yeah, who is he? And he was like, Anderson Prunty. And I was like, oh, wow, I read all these books by him. And, you know, I'm sure that he was as surprised to learn that there was actually a human that could name off like 5 or 6 Anderson Prunty books. You know what I mean? And, you know, so it was pretty interesting.
Yeah, like the idea of someone who I don't know, like reading my books and saying like, oh, this is, and I've read your books, they're really good. It's just like mind-boggling to me.
Right. Even like once removed, I imagine this guy's like, oh yeah, I'm surprised that anybody knows anything about Anderson Prunty, right? You know what I mean? Like, yeah. So, yeah, I mean, I don't think I would ever meet anybody on the street or anywhere that would know, you know, about my books, but because I don't really go around, I don't know, I don't talk about it, and I also don't. You know, Gregor Zane's not my real name, so I'm not running around saying that either. So
I just want to highlight. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, dude. Go ahead. What I was saying wasn't very interesting. Go ahead.
That's not your real name. I didn't know.
Oh no, that's not my real name, and I don't run around telling people I'm a writer or anything like that. So.
Yeah, you don't get a very rewarding experience out of doing that. I used to try to do that, and
nobody cares unless you make a lot of money.
Exactly,
at it, so, yeah.
And everybody thinks you already are too, which is another weird thing. But
right.
I am so proud of the amount of books I have amassed on this thing. Just look at this. from every.
Oh, is this your Kindle?
Yes.
Yeah.
I just had to share this. I'm so proud of it. Look at all this. Everything by every author, walk of life you can imagine. I mean,
look at the size of my Kindle, Dick.
Hey, there's a good one that just went by.
Which one?
Scroll up a little bit. Scroll up a little bit.
Right there, right?
Maybe. If you're pointing to my book, then yeah, but I don't think you are.
No, I thought you were.
I saw my book.
Your book was on there.
Yeah. He had Brides of Hanover Black on there. Yeah.
I'm just so proud.
But anyhow, yeah, this is a damn fine collection. I mean, you, Jeremy, have like just watching you add all these things to these TBR lists on Goodreads is educational for me. Like you're like a curator of weird ass books.
Yeah,
my own personal one.
There's nothing that brings me more joy these days than burying myself in like 10 books at once. There is literally nothing else that compares to it anymore.
There's another Gregor Zane title I saw. That was nice.
Oh yeah, no.
Yeah, it came from Hell and Cat Smashed Angels. Yeah, but anyways, yeah, you got a nice ass collection right here.
Pretty proud of it.
Yeah, I don't see the story of why on here though.
Yeah, it's here somewhere.
I sent that to you as a PDF, didn't I?
And I converted it so it would look like a pirated copy. It's in here somewhere.
Have you read Race of the Broken Land? That's a good one.
Which one?
Race of the Broken Land.
Oh no, I never finished it, but that's the guy who wrote the screenplay for Bone Tomahawk, right?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I just saw it fly by. That's why I said something about it. So, what were you saying, Ben?
Well, I was going to say Psychosomatic by Anthony Neil Smith. That's a good book.
That's in here somewhere. Yeah.
Yeah, you just scroll past it. That's a good book. I first read his the book he wrote under the name Red Hammond. Can't remember what it was called, but it was actually banned on Amazon because of the cover art.
Well, what book was it?
Can't remember what the title of the book is, but the name he wrote it under was Red Hammond. It was banned because of the cover art, because the cover art had a I can't remember what the term for it. What's the thing that detectives use that enhances things that they hold in their hand? I've been
blackjack.
Drinking, so. No, it's like a
magnifying glass.
Yeah, that. I've been drinking, so I'm sorry.
It's all right.
I drank like a whole thing of Old English, so. But yeah,
I took the pharmaceutical equivalent of heroin, so I know what you mean.
But it had a magnifying glass where the handle was a dildo, and that got it banned from Amazon. What is that book called? Yeah, it's called Triple X Shamus. That's what the name of the book is.
Oh, yeah. Of course, that was banned off Amazon. And meanwhile, ball gags and butt plugs are for sale there. Bigfoot erotica, dinosaur erotica, and that it was published by Broken River Books. And Osborne fought pretty hard to get it put back on there. And didn't it get removed again?
Yeah, eventually they just had to do it wasn't a Kickstarter, but it was sort of like a Kickstarter where they just did that and individually published things and sent it to them.
By the way, the plot twist in that book is very Serbian filmish.
Yeah, definitely. It's not under Broken River anymore. I guess the rights reverted back to Anthony Neil Smith, and he published it under his own imprint. Mm-hmm. And now the cover art on it is definitely not as good. It's a peach emoji and an eggplant emoji. and it's hot
Yeah,
pink.
it's kind of.
So yeah, it looks
Oh,
like
that's
some. It's like cheesy erotica, which it's definitely not. And I also don't understand why he published it under a pen name because I read Psychosomatic, and in some ways that book is more fucked up than Triple X Shamus.
Oh, it's the same guy who wrote Psychosomatic.
Yeah, he
But
just wrote it under the. Yeah, he wrote it under a pen name for some reason, and I honestly don't understand why. Because it got banned because of that cover art.
I thought you said it was Triple X Shaman.
Shamus.
Okay.
I guess Shamus is like a slang term for a private eye.
Right. Like I think it's Seamus, but maybe it's Shamus.
Oh well, I don't know. I'm fucking American, so I don't know how to pronounce Irish words. But yeah, that's definitely a good book, and I highly recommend it.
Do you guys ever? You guys ever get in a state of mind where you just want to start screaming out loud and just keep screaming forever?
Well, I mean,
all of the day, bro.
So no, but
I've been in that mindset lately. It's
but you've been watching lots of like pro wrestling and stuff, though, right?
What does that have to do with it?
Doesn't that inspire you?
That should be relieving it. What?
Oh, it should be relieving it. Okay, it's not. Okay.
Yeah, screaming is not how I deal with it. Drinking until I'm numb is how I deal with it.
Yeah, likewise.
I don't know. I know it. I don't think it's a right thing to be to. It's a correct response to anguish and despair, but I just feel like I could just start screaming and never stop.
Like what kind of screaming? Like
what, like a cockatoo?
No, in like anguish and despair at
your cat.
The downward spiral of life. It's just, our bodies betray us, and someday we're really going to die. We're really going to be on our deathbed. It's frightening if you think about it.
It is. It is. So you're thinking that you might just want to start screaming about it.
I mean, it sounds funny, but I literally sometimes feel like so helpless in the bigger scheme of things that, yeah, I feel like maybe I could just start screaming and never stop.
I remember reading a comic once where there's like a dog on a chain barking, and like a fairy godmother appears to it and says, "I give you the gift of speed." And then the dogs just start screaming, "Help me, help 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 me," until the fairy godmother just shoots it.
So is that a David Lynch cartoon by any chance? A comic strip?
No, it's from a web comic called "The Parking Lot Is Full," which has a lot of those kind of like cynical, surreal kind of strips.
Okay. So have you done any screaming like this? I mean, because it's supposed to be therapeutic, Jeremy, like the primal scream,
Primal scream therapy.
Right.
No, because there's nowhere I could go off to be alone and unrecognized,
Well, I thought you lived in like a rural area.
Yeah, just go in the woods and scream.
Yeah.
We're in the woods, but still I'm close enough to other people that, they would hear. I mean,
if a hunter comes and shoots you, in my eyes, it'd be, and if it was me, I'd view it as a blessing.
It'd be poetic.
State of mind.
But seriously, someday, it's like we're not going to rebound anymore, and it's scary.
That is true. So I think that you should go screaming, though. I think that this is something you should do because it sounds like something you want to do, and I think you should do it. I think you should go screaming. So, I mean...
Yeah, well, what was that Carl Sagan said? It was something along the lines of, "We're all going to die someday. That's the exciting part."
That is dark, man.
Well, that's where the stakes are, right? I mean, that's the stakes. So, I mean, how far are your nearest neighbors?
To our right.
I live in go ahead.
No, yeah, you can go.
I live in an apartment complex in downtown Des Moines. I obviously have no place to scream without someone calling the cops.
No, you can't. But you might want to start a little business, get some entrepreneurial spirit, and maybe open up little scream studios or something like that. Allow people to scream in a soundproof place, where they don't have to worry about disturbing anybody.
That'd be cool. I'd say
Yeah.
my closest neighbor, is about 20 feet away from the driveway.
Okay, so you're not super rural then.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, do you live in a semi-rural area, kind of not quite suburban, but not really rural, to where you don't have like a mile between houses?
Fields, forest, rolling hills. It's like a valley type setting, I guess you could say.
Right, but it's not. Do you have sidewalks?
No.
No sidewalks. Okay, it's like it's unincorporated,
Yeah.
quasi-rural, suburban type area.
The sticks, the
The
boonies.
sticks, the sticks. Okay, all right. But you have neighbors that are close enough that they're going to hear you screaming.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So you might, I don't know, you have a basement?
No.
You don't have a basement? Okay, well, you could probably go wander out into the woods, or maybe go to by a nearby golf course or something, and out at night in the winter, you could probably get away with some screaming out there.
You know what the stupidest thing is? Paying someone to listen to you talk about your problems.
Like a prostitute?
No, no, a therapist. I think that is the biggest.
What's the difference? Oh, a therapist won't suck your dick. That's the difference.
But to pay someone so you can talk about your life it's a strange concept.
Yeah, it definitely is a strange concept.
And it's never helped me one iota. I had a counselor from Mustard Seed Ministries once. That's about the closest thing that was in my budget at the time. And I parted ways very acrimoniously with that guy. Did not like his approach at all. He was very detached and just totally unempathetic.
You might want to go with that alternate route then.
All right, he's back. All right, so what's with the missing time, Zach? Did they get you?
Yeah, they
Aliens
got me.
get you?
Yep, sucked.
Yeah, they got him. Did they implant the chip in you?
Yeah.
You guys remember when
planted
Omni
five
Magazine had that expose on, the alien abductions and folks getting chipped and all that, and that was like the last issue of Omni. You remember that?
Mm-mm.
No, I
I
don't
don't know
know
what
that.
that is.
You know what Omni Magazine is?
No.
It was like Omni Science Fiction and Fact, right? So it was this kind of big, glossy, nice magazine that was published probably maybe 10 years, maybe from like 85 to 95, maybe 93, something like that. It was called Omni Science Fiction and Fact. And they had like, articles on cutting edge science. They'd have interviews with maybe science fiction writers, and they would also have maybe some investigative articles, and they would also have fiction, like science fiction, in there. And it was a really high paying kind of, maybe not quite Playboy level, right? But they did pay you quite well to have your science fiction stories in this magazine.
Man,
And
I miss that time, like when you could make a living, like selling to anthologies. Like I've been in maybe 2 or 3 in my life, and like they don't pay at all.
no, they don't pay much, no. But like the last book the last magazine they published was like this big expose on like part one, I think, of a two-part expose on alien abductions and folks getting little implants in their bodies, and they supposedly had all this evidence. And that was the last issue they ever published. It just, without any fanfare, just disappeared. They no longer published Omni magazine.
We
I'm
need
sure
to
it's just
get
a
L.A.
coincidence,
Marzulli
right?
on, like we were talking about, because that's his big thing is alien implants, and of course he's of the demon belief. But he there's a pretty big famous thing where he was filming an implant that like was cloaking itself or something, very similar to what's his name, Whitley Strieber's implant.
Oh, okay.
Well,
What's the guy's name?
L.A. Marzulli.
Yeah.
Okay, get him
Ben
on.
already claimed the guest for next week, so
Who's the guest next week?
Paul Bingham.
Yeah, if he's available.
Bring Zach up to speed. What he?
Paul Bingham is the author of a short story collection, Down Where the Devil Don't Go, and he's also half the contributor to Black House Rock. He has a novella in there called Save the Last Bullet for Me. He's a really good author who has a lot of satirical bent. He's a lot of Southern Gothic style stories, things like that. There's a story in his Down Where the Devil Don't Go that's called Protocols of the Learned Elders of Hollywood.
Oh, it's a play on the Learned Elders of Zion.
Right.
Yeah, and it's about a corrupt TV executive named Mort Schnellenhammer.
Nice. I think that our viewership's down this week because of the Super Bowl, guys. So don't get upset about it.
I knew there had to be a reason.
Yeah.
Yeah, because my girlfriend was over earlier, and she had to take an Uber home because neither of us have cars. And we were like, why the fuck is the Uber so expensive today? It's like, oh, because it's a Super Bowl, so everybody's traveling today.
Yeah, I hadn't noticed.
Traveling.
To watch it.
And here's an update. It's fourth quarter, and 49ers are up 20, and Chiefs are 10.
The only 49er I care about is the minor 49er from Scooby-Doo.
Yeah, that's unfortunate because I was pulling for Missouri just because human beings live in Missouri, whereas San Francisco, it's they're degenerate street shitters and stuff, whatnot.
That's as good a reason as any to pick your team. Yeah.
I actually don't know. Are the Kansas City Chiefs in Kansas or in Missouri?
Kansas City, Missouri.
I was thinking of
they're in Missouri anyway.
That would be a good title for a novel, Kansas City, Misery.
Actually, there's
out there.
There's a song by the Magnetic Fields that has a line that says, "Your eyes are Kansas City, in Kansas and in misery." That's where I got that from.
So what else did I miss while I was gone? Y'all bring up any more heat about what Lockhart and Gabino or anything like it?
No, Jeremy was just talking about how he would like to go out into the woods and scream because one day he's going to die.
Yeah.
I probably missed, y'all were probably talking to me.
Yeah, we were.
I couldn't hear anything. It was all just a bunch of garbled.
So we know not to try that next time. But we also tried to get Eli on, the one guy that's always in the chat who's loyal to a fault with us. And unfortunately, things didn't work out with his microphone either. So I had to kick him ever so gently again. Sorry about that, Eli. But we will try again sometime when everybody gets everything in order. So he was going to talk about this screenplay he had just finished, and I think he was going to turn it into a comic book, if I understood right. But that happened, and then we talked about vampires and Paperbacks from Hell. How they just re-released some of the books from Paperbacks from Hell that Grady Hendrix mentions, like Night Blood and the Tribe and stuff like that, and also Night.
Yeah, since I mentioned that you don't really like Paperbacks from Hell because you're a big fat hipster who is just like, well, I was collecting these before.
I was. I'm telling you, I was.
But yeah, talk a little bit about that. What got you into collecting that, and what do you like about Paperbacks from Hell?
Okay, I'll probably take 2 hours.
We got the time. We're not going anywhere.
Right.
That's true. We have no lives.
You have more of a life than the rest of us.
I was really, because I was like the loner kid in high school, so I was just freaking reading obscure books and crap. So the horror sections where I hung out in the bookstore.
You were the what kid?
Loner kid.
Oh, I was misunderstanding that. I was thinking loner as in you were on loan to people, but never mind. Go ahead.
What the hell?
No, I don't think he was a rent boy in high school. This isn't a Dennis Cooper novel.
No, but I mean, that was just kind of my thing in high school. But then it seemed like when Paperbacks from Hell came out, two things happened. All the paperbacks that were originally so freaking cheap became super expensive. Like, for instance, I have like 60 to 100 zebra novels, and now like a lot of those are just freaking they shot up in price, even with people saying they're horrible books, just because the covers and the nostalgic value is so big. But my biggest problem with Paperbacks from Hell is Grady Hendrix's tone. He's got this constant snarky jokiness that's just I can't stand it. It just rubs me the wrong way. And I mean, he'll shit on an author like David J. Scow. Like, David J. Scow's freaking revolutionary in terms of splatterpunk and everything. And Grady Hendrix just like writes all this stuff off as a joke. And that's kind of the thing. He's writing everything off as a joke. And it's like everyone's looking at these paperbacks through that freaking snarky, annoying postmodern lens. And they're just not these old, cool paperbacks. They're these things that you collect to make yourself look cool now. And it just, I don't know. I want to say he hipsterified it. Not that he's bad. I've read his fiction, and his fiction's awesome. But Paperbacks from Hell, I can't stand behind it. I hate that book.
He wouldn't have written Paperbacks from Hell if he didn't have a deep appreciation for those things. He just...
I read in an interview, he got the idea proposed to him by an editor, and so he jumped into it.
I'm sure he just had a lighthearted take on it is all. Something that's going to pull the reader in, you know. I'm sure that's all that was.
Yeah, because I did like a horror story, so yeah, his fiction is good. But the only time when I read Paperbacks from Hell, the only time I got where it's just like, well, I've got no time for this is when he talked about the splatterpunk genre. It seems like he just did not like that genre at all.
Yeah, it just. But that's okay. He can have his own opinion.
But I mean, even John Skip. I mean, I don't remember. Did he talk about John Skip and Craig Spector?
I think he hit on him a little bit. I can't remember if he went into detail, but it's just the whole book. And the other thing, breaking into these kind of socio-economic factors, like tying the haunted house novel with like White Flight or something like that might be there, but to dwell on that is just kind of put these novels there. Just, I mean, we all love horror. We don't want to see it put into this freaking academic space where it's just going to be. Well,
I mean, the academic people in general talk about a lot of shit that most normal people and normal readers don't care about.
Yeah,
you know?
and that's what he's doing with that.
I don't care about statistics. I don't care about, this gentrification and that, whatever. I don't care about any of this shit that they make as important as setting a dinner table. It's not. I don't give a shit. I'm living my life here. Leave me alone with that shit. I don't care about statistics, Yeah,
and my thing is, making a claim like that is like, okay, does it really have to do with White Flight? Or does it have to do with, these couple movies that got super big and spawned a whole big, almost a resurgence of a subgenre? Because, this stuff was, popular before, and, these movies happen and it gets popular again. Tying it to that socioeconomic lens is just annoying. Now, can it be a cool thing to do, and can it be entertaining to read? Yes. Was it in this case? I just don't think it was, because his I hate to say it, it's just his attitude bugged me throughout the whole book.
Well, here's the thing. When I read Paperbacks from Hell, it gave me endless ideas for books that I could track down. Now, because of Paperbacks from Hell, I just rediscovered a book that I had been on my list for a long time, Nightlife by Brian Hodge, about
the Abyss.
Where piranhas, that are drug trafficking this new green, green version of cocaine called Skull Flush. And I've wanted to read Nightlife forever, but because of the Paperbacks from Hell series, it's back and finally an ebook for the first time ever. That's because
who wrote it? Who wrote it?
Brian Hodge.
Now, what's
But
the piranha piece? What's that?
Nightlife.
No, what do you say about piranhas in it? What's going on with piranhas in there?
Where piranhas and it's drug trafficking a green cocaine called skull flush.
Now, it's a green cocaine just in color, or is it environmentally friendly?
It's green in color.
Okay.
Here, I had it pulled up before, but I'll pull it up again. And it's because of Paperbacks from Hell that I know about this book. That's how you know that he did his job, see? Now,
well, yeah, I mean, I like the book overall, but I do see what Zach is saying about the tone of it.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah,
it did come across that way to me as well. Didn't bother me all that much, but I do get what he's getting at. But I really just like flipping through it and looking at the book covers, to be honest.
Yeah, that's the main thing you do.
Yeah.
Just kind of ignore what he's saying. The other thing, and he did hit on it a lot, but I feel that it needs to be hit on more, and it would have helped to have like all kinds of interviews with publishers and authors with the kind of culture, not necessarily around the writers, but just the impact these books had. Because, I mean, I'll never forget it. I was talking to Tom Montilione one time because I met him at a writers boot camp thing when I was a teenager, and like he's featured in Paperbacks from Hell a lot, and he told me about how back then it was normal for a horror writer to sell like 20 something thousand copies of a book or of a week or something like that, like these amazing numbers, because readers were active, like they were buying all these freaking cool new books coming out. And it was this big thing, but then to just kind of ignore that and try to group everything into these like really small subgenres, it just to me doesn't do it justice. And I think he hit on that. I think the only way to improve something like Paperbacks from Hell is it's got to be bigger, because it was just too small for what that era in horror was.
So what was it about that time, that era, right, where that people gobbled up all these horror novels? Like, what was going on culturally then that made that something that folks were truly excited about, and they were able to do those numbers for these pretty lurid horror paperback books? Do you have any idea what's the theory
I've thought
on that?
about that a lot. I don't know what other people say, but I think it's just that it's a simple thing. Like, people were looking for cool stuff because in the 80s, like, the media was just exploding and all this art was coming out for everyone to access. And it was just like, you're just taking a bite of the media apple, basically.
Yeah, like at that time, like you could find these books in like the like the grocery store and such, and like today, the things that, like, if you go to the grocery store and see the stuff that's on the racks, it's like mostly like a thrillers, like a romance,
and everything's gray.
Yeah, exactly. It's like you definitely won't see a horror novel with like a skeleton on the cover anymore.
Well, right, but what I'm getting at is why, right? Why was that? Why was there such a big market for it at that time?
Well,
right? What was going on in the
one
cultural
thing
zeitgeist that made it so, I guess?
Well, I don't know if this was the main issue, but he talked about a law that passed where publishers, like, they couldn't, like, something like they couldn't mark down their inventory or something like that. And it ended up meaning like they had, I guess, had to, like, have less stuff in stores. I don't know the specifics of it, but that law had a big effect on why inventory in stores went down, like not bookstores, but like in like these other random places. It had something to do with back inventory. I don't know.
I mean, are you saying that this inside baseball bookseller deal that you're talking about now help to promote horror or kill it?
No, I'm talking about a law.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, well, it's a law that ultimately impacted the book selling business, right?
Yeah.
So are you saying that that's what killed the horror?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out what was it that why was there such a big market for it in the 80s, right? Was it because of there was more Christian conservative nation and they were more scared of this demonic boogeyman type stuff than people are nowadays? Are they more cynical now and they're not quite as Christian? Because a lot of these horror stories are built around somewhat of a Christian mythos, aren't they? Especially like, say, The Exorcist and all
Yeah,
these
William
demonic possession.
Johnstone. A lot of the
Yeah.
zebra. I mean, it's just like that small town horror in general. I don't
Well,
really think it. I mean, I think that had something to do with it, but as far as like overall cultural appeal, I don't know if it's necessarily religious based as much as it is something happened in the culture and people just got lamer. I mean, I know it's like a very simple thing to say, but I mean, it just seems to be the truth. Like it got cooler in the '90s, but then why is like everything kind of like what Ben said? Everything's like just a New York Times like boring political thriller now.
Yeah, the I do paperbacks from hell. They did kind of make the case that things like The Exorcist and Rosemary's Baby were like kind of what kickstarted the paperback horror boom.
Hmm. But I mean, it's still, I guess, I mean, both of those are, Christian-based horror stories, right? I mean, and it seemed like during the Reagan years, there's wasn't there a resurgence, or wasn't it sort of a peak of a Christian evangelical worldview in the United States at that time? I mean, the Satanic Panic and all that stuff going down during that era. It seems like maybe that's why it was so ripe for this type of scary type of story. I don't know.
See, that's
That
hard
might have
to
been the case
talk about
because
because I've always heard that back then, like that was definitely prevalent in the culture, but there was also this very big push for materialism back then just because of the excess of the '80s. And that actually ended up harming Christianity more than this thing in the media.
yeah, one could argue that's where the whole evangelical prosperity gospel came from. The idea of like these mega churches and the idea of like, oh, God's gonna bring you wealth if you send this televangelist asshole who cheats on his wife a bunch of money.
By the way, Zach, since we were talking about death and everything, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I look at this. See all these? These are all my books on my Kindle.
He's flexing his Kindle dick again.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is. He's saying
Dude,
he's got to
send me
read all these before he
XXX
dies.
Seamus
Yeah.
if you can, because
about
you can't get that thing book anymore, can you?
No, you can. The rights reverted back to Anthony Neil Smith, and he re-released it under his own imprint.
This whole time I thought J. David Osborne wrote that.
Well, yeah,
pseudonym.
it was originally published by Broken River, but at some point the rights reverted back, and the cover art for the new version is not very good. It's a peach emoji and a eggplant emoji on a hot pink cover, and it's just like looks really cheesy.
Yeah, it looks like a 15-minute job right there.
Yeah.
What I was going to say was, if anything ever happens to me, I don't know, maybe you guys can have this Kindle. Now,
it's not
I'll take it.
transferable.
Well, just send me your actual. Just
send me your Kindle.
Yeah, just write in your will to send your Kindle to Ben Arzadi when you die.
Yeah, send it to me.
We'll split it in half.
A lot of good shit there. And I mean,
now, me and Ben are going to have to do some kind of like contest to see who gets Jeremy's Kindle.
Yeah, I don't know, hand-to-hand combat or something like that.
Some of these are worth.
We'll arm wrestle over it.
Oh, we'll do like a WWE style match in honor of Jeremy's death.
How about just an arm
sounds
wrestle?
like a good idea. I'll be the announcer.
No, chess, because we're geeks.
I'm not very good at chess, though.
I'm not either.
Oh, Zach's got the advantage.
I'm really not. I suck at it. I love it, but I suck at it.
You know what would be terrifying, though?
Beat
What
you
would be
all.
terrible is if Kindle went the way of Nook and all these thousands of books that I've amassed over. You know what I'm saying? You see where I'm going with this?
Yeah, you just got to get us a way to hack them, right? To get a way to crack them, so you can.
You can extract them as Mobi files, I'm pretty sure. But imagine the time that would take to do all those.
There's probably a bulk.
I still want to learn how to get a freaking DAISY file so I can read that stuff on archive.org without having to do that annoying thing where you look at the scan pages.
Yeah.
Can't you download most of those archive files as either PDFs or Mobis?
Yeah, except
not the ones I want.
Except the ones that have DAISY encryption.
Yeah, that's annoying.
You have to check those out like it's an online library book.
I'm going to read that dang Friday the 13th novel one day.
Yeah, the funny thing is, like, for some reason, I got curious about Sean Woodenjo recently, and I realized, like, oh, all of her stuff is gone from the internet, and the only place you can read anything is on Archive, where she has that Sean Woodenjo, who did that infamous. It was something like the ass vagina of Lucifer, and then that's the N word, so I'm not gonna say it.
Wait a minute, that sounds.
I've heard of that. Yeah.
Yeah,
if it's the one I'm thinking of, it was not nearly as funny as the title would have had me believe. That was a woman?
Well, from what I remember reading from her profile, she called herself like a lesbian, so I assume it was a woman, or it could have been a guy pretending to be a woman. I don't know.
What was the exact name of that book? Do you remember?
Try typing in like ass vagina Lucifer, and you'll probably find it.
Yeah, it's probably going to be. Yeah, I mean, you probably searched for that before, so.
Oh yeah, he finished the sentence for me. So yeah,
right.
Okay, you mean of course the vagina ass of Lucifer nigger bastard, right?
Right. Yeah, I've seen this before, and I wouldn't have thought it was by a woman either, because the way Sean is spelled, right?
Let's put a spotlight on that so there can be no mistaking that I'm saying the vagina ass of Lucifer nigger bastard.
Right. It's by Sean Woodenjo.
See that right there? There's no question. Okay?
Yeah.
Anybody
I have heard of this.
Anybody out there who's confused? No, you misheard. You did not mishear. It was the vagina ass of Lucifer nigger bastard.
I have heard of this. This yeah. Yeah. Like the first line of the synopsis or whatever, the book blur was good.
Fired from his job at the anal sausage fuck factory.
I read like a couple pages of it, like half the words are curse words.
But see, It wasn't as funny as there was. It's like there was more effort put into the synopsis than the actual book. It wasn't as funny as I was led to believe it would be. It's more that irreverent, just lazy kind of humor,
Yeah, it's almost like that episode of South Park where they wrote a really gross book called something like Scrody McBoogerballs or something like that.
Now
I'm seeing the Fabulous Ray on Goodreads says that in her review I'm looking at right now. Yeah.
Now check out Sean Woodenjo's last book, the follow-up to that.
Let's see.
And that one is not available anywhere for sale except for his or her website.
Wow, that's something else right there.
In the key of God. Now, if I say the K word, I know I'm going to get booted because everybody knows Jews run everything. So,
wow, I mean, that's a good. See, it's like almost a parody of Bizarro, which is almost hard to do, right?
Yeah, I mean, I do remember like Sean Woodenjo in their biography said that they were a mixed race, so mixed race lesbian. So I don't know if they just did that to as an excuse for what they write, or if that's
like a little shield or something, right? Yeah.
Now, seriously, if this Sean Woodenjo is a chick, though, I mean, and she has that kind of sense of humor, I mean, there's potential for like crazy
marriage for Jeremy.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Sean Woodenjo, if you're out there, Jeremy would like to marry you. Well, no, wait, Dad, she's a lesbian, so that's not happening.
Well, it doesn't necessarily mean no. You can't really say that. You're assuming a lot about Jeremy.
Dude, your all's first date should be at Cootie Brown's.
Cootie Brown.
No, serious. Do you know that restaurant?
Yeah.
Is it next to Bojangles?
Cootie Brown's has got the little kid mascot with the kinky hair. That's not black kinky hair, but like, I mean, never mind.
So I'd like to see what Cootie Brown's looks like. That sounds.
You're pushing it, Jeremy.
I mean, is that a real restaurant?
Yeah, it's close to campus.
Right in Johnson City, Tennessee. Yep. Let's see.
They've got a little mascot, eh?
Well,
Yeah,
I'm trying to
plus,
find the mascot, but
probably old.
yeah, it's a little kid.
Maybe like
hair.
go to Google Images.
Yeah, just search for Cootie Brown mascot.
There we go. See?
Oh, it's a
Old
clown.
man. Oh,
Is that a clown?
Looks like a clown with the round nose and the looks like a wig, or the like weird red afro.
Looks like, well,
so it's like a
I thought it was a fright wig.
Cootie Browns. I've never been to Cootie Browns. Are Cootie Browns any good?
I've never tried them.
I have like once.
You liked it? You like Cootie Browns, Zach?
Yeah, it's all right.
You like Bojangles?
Yep.
I heard
Bojangles.
Sonic's BLTs are pretty good. I haven't tried them.
What is it?
Sonic Drive-In, their BLTs. I heard their BLTs are
Okay.
pretty badass.
I've not had Sonic for quite some time.
I never go to
me neither.
Sonic. I don't know what.
I don't know who goes to Sonic.
But
My favorite's Crystals.
Is that
I
a
like
strip club?
No, it's probably White Castle where you're at.
Oh yeah.
they
Yeah.
sell those little garbage burgers.
Hey, you shut up.
Yeah, it's
dude.
White Castle. Yeah.
Little tiny hamburgers, like finger foods.
They're
more
better than Hardee's.
I doubt that.
I mean, you love Hardee's
beef?
though, right, Jeremy?
Angus beef, man. It doesn't compete. Your little finger foods don't compete with Angus beef.
But you love Hardee's though, is that right, Jeremy?
No, I work there, so
I know, but I thought
Dude,
you loved
y'all
it.
sell a
too.
lot of those things
but I
vegetarian.
mean, come on. I mean,
sausage
Angus beef, or these little tiny burgers that are like
Little oniony steamed burgers, yeah.
yeah. How would that be better than Angus beef?
You can't beat Angus beef, man, not with a little slider.
Right.
So is Crystal
Hardee's is Hardee's where you are?
And it's Carl's Jr. where you are, right?
No, it's still Hardee's here, but I lived in Colorado for a while where it was Carl's Jr.
Yeah, I think it's Carl's Jr. out in California, but still
Hardee's
Hardee's
has the
around
best
these parts.
breakfast.
Yeah, they're pretty well known for their gravy.
Yeah, my grandpa used to love their biscuits and gravy.
Yeah. You know what I love about Johnson City though, Zach? Mellow mushroom pizza. They got that spring water dough. That is good. Yeah.
That place is good.
So is Crystal's, is that owned by White Castle and just branded different down there, or is it just
I think it is, but it might not be.
yeah,
People always compare them, but I don't know if they actually are the same.
right?
Yeah, I really need to go to the bathroom. I'll be back in just a minute.
Okay, don't mute your mic.
Is all this food talk's making me hungry? I don't know about you guys.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind eating a White Castle. I don't know about Hardee's though. I think I've only had Hardee's once in my life, and it was very greasy.
Dude, their thick burgers really are great.
They are.
They're
I don't
called
eat them a
thick
lot.
burgers.
Thick burgers. You didn't know about this?
No,
They are good. But Jeremy, you have to admit the best like fast food burger is a freaking Whopper.
No.
Is a
Absolutely
Whopper?
not.
No,
Absolutely not. Those limp dick little things, they can't fill anything up.
Do you eat Hardee's? Do you eat it, Jeremy?
Honestly, not that much, just maybe once every few weeks.
Yeah.
No, I'm more of a pizza guy.
Dude,
Right.
burgers are better.
I've gone entire years with eating nothing but just about nothing but pizza, and and I didn't get like outrageously fat. I can't say that as I'm getting older, but
Yeah, I like pizza. I think I prefer a pizza to a burger, I would say.
yeah. What kind do you like?
I like
What kind of
Papa
pizza?
John's.
I like what they have around here is called Casanos. I don't know if that's anywhere. It's also known as Pizza King, I think, in some markets.
No.
It's like it says like real thin crust, like cracker crisp thin crust pizza,
Oh, I love thin crust. Yeah,
and it's all the toppings are kind of minced, right? And it's all very quite good.
but stuffed
Well,
crust,
mellow mushroom is technically the best.
it is pretty good. Stuffed crust,
Pizza.
though, any place that sells stuffed crust pizza, from Little Caesars to Pizza Hut, they're all right with me. But the best pizza I've ever had was Johnny Brusco. I don't know if they're a national chain or not, but
Not heard of them.
I hadn't heard of it either.
They're in Kingsport and Bristol around here, and yeah, that's probably the best. I mean, man, I would love to have the job of just going around and reviewing pizza joints, like that guy from Barstool Sports. You know what I'm
Yeah.
talking about?
Yeah, that'd be nice. So both of you guys, Zach and Jeremy, you guys live in Tennessee, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
I just want to
apparently
interject
Eli.
that the best pizza is Godfather's, and I will hear no argument
Oh,
otherwise.
distillery, Godfather's Distillery, or
No, Godfather's Pizza.
I don't. Do they still exist?
Yeah.
Okay, because they don't exist around here anymore. Yeah.
Oh, they do here.
Well, you're lucky then, because I hear that they're fantastic.
They are.
So, have you guys ever seen each other in person, Jeremy and Zach?
he was trying to set something up. And the thing is that if I were a few years younger and not in as much like, physical, complications, I'd probably be more willing to get out there, soon. But then I fell, and there's that whole complication with that. Some days I'm nauseous. The swelling goes up and down. And
so you got physical complications beyond this birdseed fall?
No, I'm talking about the birdseed fall. But also, I already had problems with my feet.
Oh, okay.
Footed and they flare up bad after about the 6th hour at work, which is why I can only work 6 hours a day.
I see. Okay.
So I already had problems with that.
Well, Zach could just come to Hardee's, man.
Hardee's is good.
He's in Johnson City, and I'm in
Johnson City,
and I'm in Bluntville / Kingsport, like in this.
He's in Johnson City, and you're in Bluntville,
and then Kingsport right next door, and so it would probably be about a 45-minute to an hour drive between us, I think. But I think we can meet up sometime, but it won't be.
Yeah, because I'm down in Kingsport quite a bit now because it's where my girlfriend's apartment is.
Well, I mean, it probably won't be anytime soon, but I would like for us to meet up, though. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't live in Johnson City though. I live in Morristown.
See, I don't even know where that is.
It's where they filmed The Evil Dead. The Evil Dead cabins there.
Cool.
What did you say, Ben?
I was gonna say, and our mind goes completely in the gutter when we hear Bluntsville and Johnson City.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
Actually, a lot of history in this area.
So where's that in relation to Murfreesboro?
That's like in Middle Tennessee.
Okay.
We're east.
Okay.
Yeah.
And apparently Eli, who was on for a little bit earlier, is also in Tennessee. I can't remember where he said.
Yeah, that's what I was about to get there. So how is that? Do you guys know Eli?
No, I just friended him on Facebook the other day because he's always in the chat and stuff.
Does he geographically near you guys too?
I don't think he is.
No, I think he's like in Middle Tennessee. Like on his Facebook, it said like Gallatin. I have no clue.
Okay. So it's kind of weird that there's this Tennessee triad going on.
Well, Tennessee's a long freaking state. Like it's long. Like east is like, well, I don't have to explain that.
Yeah.
So yeah, it is. I've been there once. I remember some dudes in a pickup truck spat on our car.
What were you doing in Tennessee?
Visiting family. My uncle and his family lived in Murfreesboro, and we drove down there. And I was like maybe early 20s, and we obviously looked like guys that, long hairs. We look like long hairs going into some folks into a situation where people didn't like long hairs all that much at that particular time, right? This was like the early 90s.
A lot of people down there with long hair. Yeah,
so it's like an Easy Rider.
Yeah, it was kind of like that. It was like they spat like dip juice on our car when we were at a stoplight.
I guarantee they won't make the parish line.
Right. What's that?
They won't make. I guarantee you, they won't make the parish line.
Oh, okay. Right. But yeah, it was. Other than that, right? It was okay, but
Yeah, the only time I've been to Tennessee was to Gatlinburg.
Dude, I live real close to there, or I did growing up. And I was there like all the time. That's my single favorite place in the world.
Love Gatlinburg. Yeah. Oh man.
Yeah, I've been thinking about going there, but I have not yet.
It's a tourist trap, but who cares?
Tourist traps are beautiful areas.
Yeah, all those arcades. two-story arcades and
I wonder if they still have the arcades because arcades are kind of dead now.
Oh yeah, no, they do.
I mean, the new thing now is that they have these arcades where all the games are free to play as long as you're drinking or eating or something, right? In this general area where I'm at, so
yeah, that's pretty.
They also have 2 haunted houses within close vicinity that are like year long. Like one of them's Ripley's, and the other one is this one called the Haunted Mansion. And it freaking rules.
Yeah, they had a
That
bunch
sounds
of
good.
haunted houses when I was there. I did go to the Ripley's and I went to the aquarium there. It was pretty fun.
Those
while I was
spider
there.
crabs, man. Those spider crabs are wild to look at Ripley's.
Oh, okay. I thought you just meant on the streets.
No, look at these things. These things are insane.
Yeah, while I was in Gatlinburg, like my grandparents, they just let me like wander around because obviously it's like tourist trap, so it's a completely safe place for just a kid to wander around. And I just from walking around the town, I ended up losing like 30 pounds or something like that.
Did you go to Dollywood any?
To where?
Dollywood.
I don't think I did. No.
Yeah. I worked there at the water park for like 2 years, I think.
Can you imagine being on the ocean floor and that coming towards you?
I'd pit it.
I would shit myself.
Yeah, I don't
Shit
like
would
things.
come out of my ass.
Yeah.
God, it's bigger than I thought it was.
I'd spray an ink spray at it.
I'd be like, nope.
Yeah, those things are pretty large. I don't want to mess with it.
And I fucking hate spiders, so that thing is out of my nightmares.
So, Zach, you're going to drive up, go to Hardee's, get a thick burger, and have a nice sit-down chat over some coffee with our man Jeremy, correct?
Yep, I just have to find Bluntville.
Yeah, well, it shouldn't be too hard to find Bluntville.
So did the 49ers win or what?
Let me check.
I care deeply.
Super Bowl.
Did the street shit?
There's about 1 minute left, and right now it's 49ers 20, Chiefs 31.
Who did the halftime
the
show?
Chiefs turned it around that fast, huh? Wow.
Yeah.
Who did the halftime show?
I didn't check.
We did.
I think Pepsi sponsored it.
Were y'all like, okay, I know y'all probably didn't care because you're not the SpongeBob generation, but last year...
Jennifer Lopez and Shakira did the halftime show.
That's gross. But last year, there was all this hype about they were going to have the halftime show be Maroon 5 doing this song that was in SpongeBob, and they didn't do it.
That.
They didn't do it.
No, there was like...
was like 1 second. Like a clip.
Yeah, just 1 second of like Sweet Victory is just like, what the fuck did you? I hate you now. I hate you.
Yeah, I was so mad about that.
It's like boycott the NFL, not for Colin Kaepernick. Boycott the NFL for that because that was bullshit.
Yeah, disgracing SpongeBob. You don't do that.
Wait, they were going to do this theme song for SpongeBob?
No, they were a song called Sweet Victory from
one of
the original episodes.
Yeah, and instead they just decided to piss all over Steven Hillenberg's grave and just do like 1 second of it.
Now they're going to do it again with that new SpongeBob prequel TV show. Sounds horrible.
Yeah, I'm having maybe connectivity issues. Guys are cutting out. Maybe I'll drop and join back up.
Yeah, I heard they were doing that prequel show. Is just like, why?
You think the new movie looks good or no?
Which movie? They've
the
had
new
like
one coming out.
I don't know. I didn't even know about that.
Oh, you hadn't seen the trailer?
No, because I've seen a couple episodes of the new season, but not many.
Yeah,
I don't keep up with it.
The new ones are really, really bad.
Oh, really? I've heard that the new season was actually like better than what it's been for a while.
Yeah, I'm just speaking generally. I've not seen every new one,
but yeah, I do know for a while they had some like really awful episodes. I guess like the Splinter is pretty infamous. It's an episode where SpongeBob gets a splinter.
Yeah,
the whole thing is just is just his thumb swelling grotesquely.
Yeah.
Because apparently he wants to be running Stimpy now.
Yeah. I miss the glory days of SpongeBob.
Yeah, I remember when it first came out. It was. I don't think anyone expected it to get as big as it did.
Man, it really did. Like it's. I don't think it's exaggerating to say it's like for a while, maybe even probably not now, but for a while it was definitely the biggest cartoon like worldwide.
Yeah, I know for a while, because one sort of bad effect that it had was that Nickelodeon was doing this thing where like any Nicktoon that didn't immediately get as big as SpongeBob, they like almost immediately like canned, and
Yeah.
it's just like SpongeBob is lightning in a bottle. You are not going to get that like again.
It's Mr. Bojangles.
I'm back. Okay, I can hear you guys better now.
I want to try something here.
And then everything breaks.
Yeah, no, tear it all down.
We're gonna play a little game.
That'll be
no.
that'll be like the inscription on your grave is like, I want to try something here.
Is this where the dang group
Right.
therapy thing and the name comes in?
Maybe.
I was right.
All right. Now hang on.
Wait, if we're gonna do, are we gonna talk about like how I drink to numb the pain, things like that? Is that the kind of group therapy this is? Because I don't want to do that.
Speaking of drinking, today's the
Yeah,
first
he's too
day
far
I've
in
been
his
able to
cups.
drink.
What's that, Zach? What?
I've had like a stomach virus for a while, and like today's the first day I was able to like hold the beer down.
Well, that's some good progress.
Yeah, when I went out to the bars with my girlfriend last night, she drank way too much and ended up throwing up a lot. So that wasn't fun.
For the
Did
next
she throw up
5
on
minutes.
you?
Okay.
What?
Go ahead. What were you gonna say, Jeremy? Next
The
5 minutes, what?
For the next 5 minutes, see just how quiet you can be.
Okay, you sound like my dad in the car when we're on a trip.
This is all right. Everybody on YouTube and on the radio is so afraid of dead air. Well, I'm about to shove that fear right back in their fucking faces. And I'm going to show that I'm not afraid of dead air. Okay. Now,
all right.
Noises.
I'll hit the mute button.
Noises and banging about or whatever. No, can't.
Oh, are we gonna?
The mute button.
Are we gonna do a cover of John Cage's what's it called, 344 or something like that?
The mute button is cheating. Now I don't know what that means, but we're for the next 5 minutes we're all going to try to not say anything. Now banging about and making noise, if you're that might be different, but you can't say anything. The first one to break gets kicked from the stream.
I'm going to the vending machine.
You can't. That's cheating,
dude.
Okay. Well. Before we do that, it looks like
you don't even have to tell them that you're doing it. Just say, "Oh, I'm not going to do it." They do it anyway.
Like what?
Okay, so before we do that, Kansas City Chiefs win the Super Bowl 31-20.
All right, this will be moments in silence to commemorate that. Yeah,
they'll definitely be shitting in the streets when they go home. Then,
yeah, definitely.
Because they shit their pants tonight. Get it?
Yes.
Okay. Anyway, here we go.
So we're doing this silence.
It's a dead air off. It's a dead air off, is what it is. We're having a dead air off.
This will be very entertaining for the viewers.
Yes. No, they'll be on the edge of their seats, believe me.
Oh yeah.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. So what did we learn from this?
I have learned nothing.
Yeah, I wasn't here the whole time.
What we learned was that I got you guys to do whatever I asked for 5 minutes. Boy, do you look dumb.
I was thinking about making farting noises with my hand while we were doing this, but I decided to just.
I'd have to
write
consult the
instead.
rule book to see if that's allowed or not. I don't know. Maybe next time.
I just got up and
Yeah.
went to my kitchen and started eating stuff.
Then you're disqualified, Zach.
I thought you said you were going to a vending machine. I thought you were living in a hotel or something.
Yeah, what's going on? This story isn't adding up, Zach. What?
Yeah.
Well, I have a tiny little kitchen that I had a box of Triscuits, so I got that.
Yeah, you should
So
have
you call your kitchen the vending machine?
No, the vending machine's in the hallway.
In the hallway.
Oh yeah, you have a kitchen in your dorm?
No, it's not really a kitchen. It's like just a fridge and a sink and a stove.
Oh,
like right next to the door.
I didn't even
so
get
you
a
live in a
stove and sink.
dormitory.
Yeah.
Oh, you
What kind
live
of
in a dormitory?
fancy
I
ass
didn't
dorm
realize
do
that.
you live in? I didn't even get.
Dude.
I didn't get a stove and a sink.
It's funny. I got so fucking lucky because there are only a couple of these things on campus, and they're not like super expensive. I don't know why they have them. They're called like these efficiency apartments, and it's like there's only a couple. But somehow, like I asked for one, they're like, "Oh yeah, there's one of those left," and I got it. That was after living 2 years in like the worst dorm ever.
Okay, here's for part 2 of this team building exercise. All right.
I'm not jerking anybody off.
Well, we'll see about that. But okay, we'll start with Ben here. Imagine that we are setting up for the evening at Sweet Bubba Alpha's old-fashioned tent revival. Okay? We're hanging a banner. We're hanging a banner, and it requires one of us to get on a ladder, okay? And it's very rocky terrain on the ground, okay? But it's got to be done because somebody's got to hang banner, right, on the ladder. Using the ladder, okay? Now, you see that I'm about to fall because my flat foot slides off the middle rung. It's either you catch me or I hit the table in the rocky terrain on my tumbling way down. Do you catch me?
Hopefully, because I'm a dumbass, so I'd probably end up missing you when I tried to catch you.
Okay, well, hopefully doesn't quite cut it. You had to be sure of yourself, and you weren't, and that split second caused you to hesitate, and all right, I fell. That's okay, though. I'm dusting myself off. It's just a scratch. No big deal. I was lucky, okay? So I say, why don't you go help with Auntie M over there? Okay, help her with the baked goods sale or something. Zach, now you come over to add to lend assistance, and I'm hanging the banner. I'm going to try it again, even though I'm sore, but it's up to me to hang this banner at Sweet Bubba Alpha's old fashioned tent revival. Okay.
All right.
Now I've already fallen and taken, somewhat of a sustained some damage from the fall. You see I'm about to fall again, and it's either take a fall even worse this time on the jagged rocky terrain below, or do you catch me?
I have a bad back, so I'm moving out of the way.
Okay. Well,
and plus it's almost on you because like you should know by now that you ain't gonna do it. It's like by this point you're like almost like disabled for that job.
I am, but somebody has to hang the banner. Okay. Now I dust myself off again and say, all right, well, it's just my unlucky day, but I'm the only one here who can climb this ladder and hang this banner. If Gregor will just spot me and make sure that, God forbid, I don't fall a third time and, sustain, because now I have a bad back, just like Zach.
What
Yeah,
can
how
I
many-
hang?
Sounds
how
like
many-
God's trying to
how-
kill you.
How many hit points are you down at this point?
I'm probably in the red. So 5 out of 195.
So you're like you're like a video game boss. 3 hits is what kills you.
All right. So
So why don't I just say, hey, man, like, why are you getting back on that ladder? You've fallen off the ladder twice. Well, why don't I go up there and maybe try to hang this banner instead, brother?
That's
Gotta
a
be
good
the
idea.
goody.
That's a good idea. I think I'll let you do that. Go right ahead, Gregor.
All right, I'm climbing up the ladder and I'm going to hang that banner, man.
All right. So you're doing it?
Well, yeah, I'm doing it.
Okay. Is it hung?
Is it? I don't know. What's the dungeon master say? I mean, did I successfully hang? Do I have to do a skill check roll or what?
That's what she said.
So
I think-
yeah, I successfully hang that banner.
Yeah.
You have to roll for
Climbed
that.
down. I climbed down without an incident.
He did. He did. Now, so Ben and Zach failed that test, and Gregor.
So did you.
No, I wasn't being tested.
You were trying to hang at the dang banner and you kept falling.
Yeah.
Failed.
And you guys,
Yeah, it sounds like you're the idiot here.
you guys were supposed to catch me both times, and you didn't. Gregor took it upon himself. See what I mean?
Yeah, I showed some initiative.
Does. That's what a
We're
leader
trying to teach you a lesson. It's more it's better.
So tell me about Bubba Alpha.
Well, it's your fault for trusting me.
Sweet Bubba Alpha.
Uh-huh.
What about him?
Tell me about
that
him. I don't know
your,
anything about him.
Was that your cellmate in prison?
No, just another one of them lop-headed hill folk, you know.
Lop-headed.
Oh, so
Yeah,
he's sort of like
little
a.
heads shaped like little apples, you know.
So he's sort of like Pluto from The Hills Have Eyes.
Yeah, but he cleans up nice. He was my best man at my third wedding.
Really?
No,
That's why you're MGTOW now. You've been divorced 3 times.
I'm not MGTOW.
I remember you having a thing where you were pretty like talking about me.
I was talking about it. That didn't mean that I was MGTOW. I was just talking about it as it's a good.
He's a MGTOW vor.
I think you were leaning towards MGTOW.
No. I said it was a good idea.
I see.
It was a good solution for an ongoing problem.
See,
it is.
See,
but that doesn't mean I am MGTOW. I'm not going my own way. I'm just not participating. I'm forfeiting from the whole thing. Seriously, I am too disgusted and lacking in energy to fool with women on a physical or mental level anymore. It doesn't make me an incel or a MGTOW or anything else. It just means fuck off, bitch. Go bother somebody else.
So you're a spinster.
A spinster? What?
Yeah, a spinster. Don't they call them spinsters?
What does that mean?
Yeah,
I thought that was like the sister who never married or something.
Yeah,
Right.
it's a spinster is an old woman who never got married.
Right.
I feel like there's better terminology out there than incel, MGTOW, etc.
I like the word spinster.
I like hermit better. I even like hermit better. What's wrong with hermit?
You can call yourself. They used to just call them monks.
Yeah, but
Right.
that's kind of an offshoot of MGTOW too, and I'm not.
What,
I mean,
being a monk?
It's a religious thing.
Monk has a religious connotation to it.
Well, you can say you're like a secular monk. You're just sequestered away and studying weird, obscure books.
Okay, I like that.
Right.
That's a little
Right,
bit more,
yeah.
That's a little bit more cute. Seriously, I would rather read 100 books than make love to one woman. I seriously would. That's not bitterness talking. It's just I don't have an interest to fool with them anymore. You know, I tried, and again, I'm not bitter, but I've plowed the yard before. It's just I don't want to do it anymore. I don't want to try to do it anymore. I'm tired. I'm tired at 36 or 37, whatever age I am. I'm too tired to fool with it.
What if
So,
that one woman was that Sean woman who wrote that book that we were talking about
Well,
earlier.
hey, if that is a woman, and she's not actually a man, then
I don't know. I'm sensing some other things up with that.
We'll talk. What do you mean other things?
She probably has a little crazy gene.
Yeah. Well, hey, we'll talk if she's really all that. We'll talk, but I'm skeptical.
So, Zachary, marry your girlfriend as soon as possible so you don't end up aging spinsters like us.
Are you?
Right.
I thought you had a girlfriend.
I thought you had a girlfriend.
Oh yeah, I do. So, but I guess I'm. Yeah, I guess I don't count as a spinster since I do have a girlfriend.
Well, what does
about
she
you,
think
Greg?
about all this?
No, yeah.
Ben, what does she think?
No,
I'm
married.
Oh, you okay? So,
Ben,
okay, Jeremy is the only spinster among us.
Okay, that's fine.
Shame.
But Ben, what does your girlfriend think about this? Because I don't think Zach's girlfriend likes us doing this.
She doesn't. She doesn't.
It's not a thing, is it?
No, not really. Right now, she's just at home doing cleaning, so she doesn't care.
You hear that,
No,
Zach?
I can't imagine she could care. Yeah.
So, well, that's the way it should be. I mean, but
I don't think mine cares.
Really?
Nah.
Well,
that last week was like just special.
I mean, didn't know that it was 7 p.m. when we do the show. I mean, okay.
Well, she did. She did, but it wasn't anything bad though.
So I have to. So Jeremy said earlier that when it's 7 o'clock on a Sunday, your time, what you need to do is turn your girlfriend around, smack her ass, and tell her to buzz off because the men are talking.
I didn't say that.
That is exactly what Jeremy said.
Yeah, that's what Jeremy said. Yeah.
That's exactly what Ben said.
No, that's what you said.
No,
I believe Ben.
You believe Ben?
Yeah.
Well, good.
So Zach, are you a non-traditional student living on a campus? Zach?
What do you mean non-traditional?
Older person that you don't usually see living in a dorm?
No, I'm 21.
Oh, are you?
Yeah, he's
okay.
the baby of the group.
I didn't realize that you were that young. Okay. Okay, so then it's totally normal for you to live in a dorm then.
Yeah.
Okay, I was thinking you were just some kind of maybe old weirdo, kind of like Jeremy, living in a dorm. You know.
You won't catch me in a dorm ever. Nope.
The rest of us are in our 30s, aren't we? Gregor, I don't know how old you are.
I'm older than that.
Okay, so the rest of us are old fucks, and Zachary
so I'm old man compared to you guys.
Yeah, and Zachary is the baby of the group, so that's
I
our dynamic.
didn't realize that. Okay, so but you and Jeremy about around the same age, though, right?
Well, I'm 31.
Oh, so Jeremy's old too compared to you. He's what,
How old are you,
37?
Jeremy?
Something like that. I lost track, but it's somewhere between 36, 38, something like. I think it's 37. I'll be 37 in February, I think. I've lost track though. I've stopped counting consciously.
So
I am older than 40.
Yeah. So so Gregor is the boomer.
I'm all right with boomers.
No, I'm not a boomer. No, I'm not that old. No.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, I think you
Gen
technically
X.
be Gen X, and I don't know.
Yeah.
Is Jeremy? Would Jeremy be Gen X or would he still be a millennial? When were you born?
Sure.
83.
Yeah, I think you'd still technically be millennial, and I'd be millennial, and and
what
Zachary,
am I? Am I Z?
You would be a Zoomer, yeah.
Okay, yeah. I was 98.
Yeah, you'd be a Zoomer. Oh, Jeremy, type in on YouTube, Bernie Sanders, 1993.
What is this fresh hell we're opening up here?
It's just trust me.
93?
Yeah, 1993.
Healthcare is a right for all?
No, it's okay, type in woman too.
Bernie Sanders, woman, 1993.
Yeah, bring it up, see if I can see the one I'm looking for.
Okay. Elizabeth.
Okay, try typing in "born" too.
See, every time you try finding funny video, you'll get USA Today,
What?
CNN.
Oh, there we
blah,
go.
blah, blah.
Any female, click that one.
Oh boy.
The female born after 1993 can't cook. McDonald's, charged a phone, be bisexual, eat hot chip, and lie.
Be it Bernie 2020, baby. Feel the burn.
Wow.
I'm on board now.
Whoever that is does a really good imitation.
After 1993 can't cook. All they know is McDonald's, charge your phone, twerk, be bisexual, eat hot, and lie.
What was the last thing you said?
And lie.
Eat hot chip and lie.
Nice.
Let's get another look at Biden. What's going on with his face? I think he's agreeing with him. He's like, yeah, well, we don't see eye to eye on a lot of things, but yeah, I think Bernie's got the right idea on this one.
Dude, do the corn pop video. I know it's old, but
I watched it at the beginning of the show, right?
Yeah, I really like that. Like anyone born after 1993 meme, and I'm always trying to think of like male equivalents of that. Like any man born after 1993 can't fix a car. All they know is Grubhub, Pornhub, eat hot chip and lie.
And
Here we go again. I played it earlier, but for Zach's benefit.
I learned a lot. And I learned that it makes a difference. This was the diving board area, and I was one of the guards, and they weren't allowed to. It was a 3-meter board. And you fell off sideways, you landed on the darn cement over there. And Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boards. And I did. And back in those days, to show how things had changed, one of the things you had to use, if you used pomade in your hair, you had to wear a bathing cap. And so he was up on the board, wouldn't listen to me. I said, hey, Esther, you, off the board. I'll come up and drag you off. Well, he came off, and he said, I'll meet you outside. My car, these were all public housing behind it. My car, there was a gate out here. I parked my car outside the gate. And he said, I'll be waiting for you. He was waiting for 3 guys in straight razors. Not a joke. There was a guy named Bill Wright, Mouse, the only white guy, and he did all the pulls. He was a mechanic. And I said, what am I going to do? He said, come down here in the basement where mechanics, where all the pulls over here. The chain that went across the deep end. And he cut off a 6-foot length of chain. He folded up and said, you walk out with that chain. And you walk to the car and say, you may cut me, man, but I'm going to wrap this chain around your head. I said, you kidding me? He said, no, if you don't come back. And he was right. So I walked out with the chain. And I walked up to my car. And those days, you used to remember the straight razors, just bang them on the curb, get them rusty, put them in the rain barrel, get them rusty. And I looked at him, but I was smart then. I said, when I tell you get off the board, you get off the board, and I'll kick you out again, but I shouldn't have called you, Esther Williams. I apologize for that. I apologize, but I didn't know that apology was going to work. He said, you apologize to me? I said, I apologize for that, not for throwing out, but I apologize for what I said. He said, okay, close your straight razor, and my heart began to beat again. I came down here because I remember the first bumper sticker I saw.
Okay, and one more time on the really creepy one.
And by the way,
I've seen this one so many times.
Hairy legs that turn that turn blonde in the sun, and the kid would come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down, so it was straight, and then watch the hair come back up again. They look at it. So I learned about roaches. I learned about kids jumping on my lap, and I've loved kids jumping on my lap.
Yeah, I'll bet, Joe. I'll bet.
I mean, how can anybody back that guy, right? I mean,
yeah.
The entire Corn Pop story was wholly inappropriate. I mean, what is he doing?
I thought it was barely even coherent. It was almost incoherent. with all his babbling,
Oh yeah, I mean I understand it now because I've heard it 30 times because
saw,
it's so entertaining.
You saw an animated reenactment too. That helped. But
Right.
Here's the thing.
Someone needs to turn that story into like a rockabilly song or something.
Yeah, Corn Pop's a
the
good
Corn
name.
Pop.
High Noon. Corn Pop at High Noon, maybe. Now you look at the stuff where they're making fun of Trump, and it's so triggered and filled to the brim with vitriol that you can't have any fun with it.
Right.
It's like they're trying to pretend like they're laughing at Trump, but really they're like, God, I hate you. You're funny. You're stupid. I hate you. It's like they're barely able to contain their anger. And so it's not effective satire when they make fun of Trump. I don't think it has even once. Even Alec Baldwin's poor imitation of Trump has fallen very far astray of the mark because there's all this bubbling tension underneath. It's not satire in an effective way.
And plus, there's always like a plotting that goes on after it. Like it's never just a funny joke. It's like it's seen as like some kind of gracious thing to do. It rubs off in all the comedy.
I think the funniest I've heard is a YouTuber by the name Psychic Pebbles who does an imitation of Trump. It's like spot on. It sounds exactly like Trump, except with a deviated septum. He talks about like he's done it a few times on like the H3 podcast, and I think the funniest one was where he was explaining on how to do a Trump imitation, and he was doing the imitation, and he was like, I saw Crooked Hillary. I can't do it, but he was like, I saw Crooked Hillary in the McDonald's bathroom, and she took a dump, and it was disgusting.
All right.
Type in Psychic Pebbles Trump and see if we can find something like that, because he's pretty funny.
Psychic Pebbles.
One word, Psychic Pebbles.
Jeremy, what is that profile picture you have?
Brian Peppers.
The myth of Brian Peppers. Maybe
what is that?
Watch out, or he'll touch your pee-pee.
We'll go into that before we sign off. But here's Trump impersonation by Psychic Pebbles. Okay.
The only trick to a Donald Trump thing is to make your mouth a lot of people try to make his mouth really tiny, but he's got a big mouth when he says A's.
Does he?
So instead he has to say and, he'll say and I was walking around and I saw this thing. I don't think the thing that with Trump is he gets winded by the end of every sentence because he's a big fat 72-year-old. So instead of going like Stephen Colbert's one is like, I am Donald Trump and I love colluding with the Russians. Or like, I was walking around today.
I still can't do it, even though you tell me exactly how to do it. Your voice just suits it.
It's good to use your hands when you do it too.
Yeah.
I was walking around when I saw Crooked Hillary, and I saw what she did, and she took a dump at the McDonald's.
There you go.
It was so sick and so bad.
Oh no, we're coming forward.
Trump today said he was going to try to win California like Reagan did.
Oh, I think I saw a headline. He said like there's no droughts in California.
He said no, there's no drought. No,
there's no drought.
It doesn't exist. No, there's no drought.
He's fucking Jesus
I think
now.
his exact quote
He's
was
fucking
like,
Moses now.
I think his exact quote was, "They're lying to you. We're going to bring the water back. We're going to bring the water back. I have to."
I don't know, dude. These guys are pretty cringe to me, but
I think he's pretty funny. I think he really does like get the inflections and everything just right. It's just he's got a deviated septum, so it doesn't quite hit.
But it comes off more natural when they make fun of Biden.
Yeah,
he's like poor guy's senile. I mean,
you could take like any like old fuck joke and put Joe Biden in, and it would and it would work. It's just like when Joe Biden is in bed with a woman, he can make her scream. She screams out, "Is he breathing?" Or Joe Biden is so old, his first condom was made of bark.
Yeah.
I mean, it kind of works. I mean, I don't know that you really need to even make a joke about him. All you have to do is show clips of him doing stuff, right?
Pretty much, yeah.
I mean, like that. There's one clip I saw recently where he's talking about how, men, if they decide that their women should be perfectly cool for them to be housed in a woman's prison. You see that?
I haven't seen that now.
Yeah, he was saying that if a man says he's a woman, I mean, there should be nothing. There should be nothing stopping him from being housed in a woman's prison.
Oh, yeah, it's a great idea. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's real smart.
This is why this transgender concept has too many holes in it to ever be accepted on a national or global level, and actually have policies implemented about it, that affect all of us. It would never work.
I mean, the best solution I've heard of that is having a sort of wing where people who have gender issues can be kept so they aren't with the general population, which does seem like a good idea because if someone is trans and they're in either prison, it's probably going to cause problems.
So you're saying that trans people need to be kept in solitary confinement?
See that
not necessarily solitary, but
ACLU will gut you on that if you say that.
Yeah, not necessarily. Yeah, not necessarily solitary. Just like
I know, I'm just kidding, but yeah, I mean, it does make sense for their own safety to keep them separated from the rest of the population.
I mean, the stupid ass prison system. If they need to put someone in protective custody, basically puts them in solitary. So that's the problem with the stupid fast prison system.
Apparently, solitaire is so miserable that
it's fucking torture.
Even people who are antisocial lose their minds a little bit the longer they're in solitaire. It sounds all right to me. I'm kind of a loner, but I don't know. Once you're blocked in by four walls and you're locked in, that becomes a different matter. See, so
right, it's different if it's voluntary, right?
Yeah.
If you're being a loner voluntarily, then it's not that big of a deal. But if you're forced to be isolated and hanging out,
are they
with your
allowed
own
to have
self,
entertainment?
I don't think so.
I think they're allowed to have books.
Books. There's like a little book caddy that comes by, every week or two, I guess, and you can get old romance novels at best, or you can get people to special order through Barnes and Noble program for you. I did that with a friend who was in there.
Yeah, but apparently there's like a thing where they're trying to ban certain books, and I guess some prisons are trying to like get rid of book programs altogether, which is fucking bullshit.
See, I used to send my friend Richard Lehman, Stephen King, all that good stuff, like wrestler biographies, and
yeah, I'm surprised that those would in a lot of places get past the guards because I've heard that they're getting strict on what they allow people to read.
Yeah, well, what do they call it? Not the warden, but who's above the warden?
Super warden.
I don't know. Somebody took over, and the rules changed. A lot of the things that they were lax on with my buddy, those kind of went away when that new guy got installed. So.
Yeah, and that's pretty bullshit. Like, giving them mental stimulation, letting them possibly learn while they're in there. No.
I don't. I used to have a lot more of a stigma in me about how prisoners are treated, but and I still do think that the whole experience of shackles and strip searches and being told to say yes sir and no ma'am and all this with like compulsory, it is designed to humiliate and denigrate people on a visceral level. But I also know that I avoid situations, as best to my ability, so that I'll never know what that experience is like. And I feel like a lot of times people don't try hard enough to stay away from it, because once the system gets a hold of you, it's easier and easier to end up going back. That's why, it's another reason that I avoid people for the most part altogether.
I mean, I spent one night in a drunk tank, and I am never fucking going back.
That one night, that bad. How
Yeah.
much do you remember?
Well, it's not much to remember. It was just I couldn't sleep because I was so worked up.
So were you isolated, or were you in there with a bunch of ne'er-do-wells?
I was in there with like 3 or 4 other people going in and out.
The drunk tank, don't they
What do
make
you mean going in and out?
I have never
I mean-
heard of a drunk tank.
what?
It's just people like going in and out because they have to go before the judge for their
Oh, okay.
You don't even get a mat in the drunk tank, do you? You just sit there on the bench, right?
No, there's like I think 2 concrete beds in there, and both
but
of them
you're
are
not
taken.
getting close
So
to them, are you? Whoever was in there first gets them, right?
Here,
Yeah,
don't
pretty
play
much.
that video right now. I gotta go grab my laptop charger.
Okay. So Zach wants to know who Brian Peppers is, and we're going to get to the bottom of that before we close out. Was there anything else that we meant to touch on before we do wrap things up?
I don't know. There was a cover reveal for my next book, Son of Hanover Block.
Where at?
Maybe you can look at it. You can look at it on Goodreads now.
Okay. Son or Children of Hanover Block?
Son of Hanover Block.
Okay, great. I'm not going to look yet. I'm going to save it.
Okay. Save it, because I mean, that's what people are waiting. You know, we gotta give them something to wait to the end of the show to see, right?
Well,
We gotta string them along. You know,
you are a cog in the show, and so anything that moves that's determined by you it has some kind of value attached to it.
Thanks a lot.
You are
Alright,
a
I'm
cog
back.
in the show, and Jeremy is the master.
No,
That's what he
Right.
wants.
Yeah.
No, because you fuckers wouldn't catch me except for Gregor.
Wait, what do you?
What?
Booger,
Oh yeah, that's right. I
yeah.
was the only one that
Yeah.
helped you out, dude. The other
Yeah.
guys just let you fall on
Yeah.
the rocks
All right.
in a house of God too, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Sweet, right there in front of Sweet Bubba Alpha and God's creation. Yeah.
The
Right.
last time
First thing, we're going to take a look at Gregor's book reveal. Y'all settled in, Zach?
Oh, this is it, man. This is it. I think Zach's already seen it, but it's fine.
Son of Hanover Block.
Zachary, play the drum roll.
No, too late.
There you go.
Now-
It's pretty. It's a pretty thing.
Now that
What
that
is
looks
that, a
different
uterus?
than that looks
What's
different
that?
than
What is that? A uterus?
Oh no. I can't tell you what it is, but
okay. So the things in
it's something.
the first 2 Hanover blocks, they're like giant. They look like slabs of meat. I guess I don't. This one has it's an infant thing, isn't it?
Potentially, yeah. I mean, it's a pretty good guess for sure.
I mean, it's an infant version of the thing. Yeah. Does it have any human DNA in it? Possibly.
It could potentially, yeah. That's a possibility, but I'm not going to tell you.
You're holding these cards close to your chest, huh?
Well, yeah, I think that you're one of maybe 5 or 6 people who might read it, so I don't want to spoil it for you.
When does the guy, the private detective and his little buddy Pet Squirrel get into some more adventures?
I know that's one of your favorites. It has nothing to do with this particular book, though, so don't
What
folks
if you
don't
brought
get
him
excited
into
about
it?
it.
What if you brought him into it?
That would be something else. That's maybe I could do a what if spin-off series where I could do a mix and match of different things that don't quite go together.
Crossover.
A little crossover, yeah. Well,
He worked for
no,
Freddie.
but it did. I mean, I have thought about potentially writing additional adventures with Mr. Tucker and his old man friend. Yeah.
So let's get into the meat of this book, so to speak. A young
Not gonna spoil the other ones, is it?
No,
synopsis.
I'm pretty good about it. Yeah,
A young boy collapses on a playground. Surgeons carve out a giant tumor in half of his brain. Soon after, the boy's father locks him in a secret prison for his own perverse amusement. Through physical and psychological torture, he plans to transform his son into a monster, but he creates something wholly unexpected. A research psychiatrist is on the verge of publishing a strange and beautiful new book, a collection of artists' renderings of the hallucinations of the clinically insane. I see where you're going with this. Her book threatens to expose a terrible truth, and this truth will not set her free. A mysterious infestation, intensely personal and deadly, is decimating communities across the nation. All that stands in its path is a ruthless government agency which may prove to be more lethal than the otherworldly parasites it aims to destroy. The sun is rising.
Very dramatic.
So the first one is just the Hanover block, right?
Correct. And then Brides of Hanover Block. And then this is Son of Hanover Block. And the final one is Return to Hanover Block.
Is this one still, or is the first one still 99 cents?
Yep.
I need to get it.
It's nasty.
When does it release?
When does Sun release?
Yeah.
Late February.
Cool.
The same day that whatever day Ben's is released, I'm releasing it on the same day.
Is that a fact?
No, I'm not going to do that to him.
I'm reading Ben.
Well, I was just gonna say. Well, I was just gonna say we'll buy them together, and then you can get the free Amazon shipping.
Oh, Elaine comes out.
Right.
Elaine comes out on my birthday,
I'm reading Elaine right now.
February 28th.
What do you think of it so
Oh,
far?
it's your birthday, huh?
I'm enjoying it so far. I would have finished it already, but when I left campus, I forgot my Kindle.
Okay, well, definitely put up a review of it when you get done because I need that to sell stuff.
I will forget my wallet before I'll ever forget my Kindle going anywhere, and that's a shoot right there. That's serious. That's not.
What kind of Kindle do you have?
Hang on. I've got the one that's desktop, that I use most for the most part, and then I got one that's I don't even know what the brand is. It's I guess it's a Fire.
Oh, it's like a little tablet.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Kindle Fire is like the tablet, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I own a Paperwhite so bad just because the Fire is freaking heavy.
But yeah,
mine is.
Really?
It's good for like when I'm traveling or when I'm on break.
You just need to lift, bro.
Like when I'm traveling, when I'm on break at work or waiting for someone at a meeting or an appointment, the tablet's good to have, but I still prefer mainly, desktop reading, like on my computer. And I've run out of room for physical books. There's no more room for physical books. So it's just, Kindle if I want to add any more from now on.
Yeah, see, I still read.
I can't read a book sitting in front of a computer. That's horrible to me. Yeah, I can't do that. I have to be like in a bed or on a chair or something, like recliner.
If you do get a I was gonna say if you do get a smartphone at some point, you can always download the Kindle app and read your books on there.
I doubt I'll ever get a smartphone.
You're missing out on all the dank memes.
Yeah, I've got a Kindle Fire too. Now you're saying yours is heavy, Zach? What are you talking about? Like, what do you have, a large Kindle Fire or something, like a larger screen?
It is kind of big. Like the Paperwhite's, like you can barely feel it, and it's just like after a while with the Fire, your dang wrist starts hurting.
I mean, I've got the generic, well, not the generic, but the cheapo, $49.99 Kindle Fire, and then I've also got the what is it called? Kindle XD, is that what it's called? It's been so long since I bought it, but it's like they did this one model where it's an extra large Kindle screen, but the e-ink screen. You know what I'm talking about?
No.
It's like a 10-inch screen or something like that. It's really large. And it was supposed to be like marketed at people that were going to have a lot of textbooks that would like to see a bunch of, large textbook pages rendered in a e-ink format. So I've got that, and that thing's lasted me for like 6+ years, amazingly enough.
Yeah, I still just mainly read print books. Like every now and then I'll get on my Kindle, but I don't know. I've just got so many physical books I just have to read them all.
Yeah, I read on Kindle.
Like I'm with Jeremy. I have no more room.
Are we ready
Yeah,
to find out who Brian Peppers is?
Yes, we are ready to find out who Brian Peppers is.
This is the guy in my avatar. So
right.
Yeah, prepare your assholes.
Ugly.
I will.
On the butts.
Mine's always
Today
prepped.
we'll journey back in time to 2005. Weezer's
Oh,
memory
I've seen this guy before.
radio,
Yeah,
Resident Evil,
Justin Wang is pretty awesome.
recognizing the survival horror genre, and people were filling up theaters to watch Diary of a Mad Black Woman. At the same time, a notorious photo had begun making its rounds on the internet. Meet Brian Peppers. In early 2005, Brian Peppers had begun making his way into people's inboxes, people's MySpace comments, and perhaps, most importantly for this story, YTMND, aka
You're the man now, dog.
March 26 marks the first appearance of Brian Peppers on YTMND. This first Brian Peppers YTMND created by Shadow 22 features the classic
You
Brian
gonna get
Peppers picture, the song Requiem for a Tower, which you probably remember from basically every movie trailer around that time, and the caption, "You Gonna Get Raped," which was a reference to a popular image macro that had been floating around for years prior. At this point, the Brian Peppers meme, or fad as we called it back then on YTMND, had yet to reach its final form. And very little was actually known about Brian Peppers at this time. In fact, Brian's appearance was so unusual that a lot of people thought it was photoshopped. The website Snopes, which at the time primarily focused on debunking urban legends and internet rumors, was on the case. It turned out that the picture had originated from an Ohio sex offenders registry, lending some credence to the original caption. However, it was still possible that the picture was photoshopped and the entry was a false one. They had to rule out the potential that there was anybody at the office messing around with the website. So Snopes called up the Ohio Attorney General's office to ask about Brian Peppers, and this was their response. This is an accurate photo of this offender. Snopes also managed to acquire a few Brian Peppers yearbook pictures from people who grew up with him. So we had confirmation. Brian Peppers was a real person. He wasn't photoshopped. He was
I think
just
he probably went to my high school.
potentially Tucson syndrome or Apert syndrome. And he was also a bona fide sex offender on the registry for what they called gross sexual imposition. That's a charge that sounds like it means you had a sexual encounter that made you late for a business meeting or something like that. But what it actually refers to is groping. I like how